Good morning everyone and welcome. It's 9:30 and it's time for us to open this hearing session. For those of you who haven't met us, I'm Dr. Rachel Bust and my colleague here is Ms. Caroline Malloy. So we're the inspectors jointly appointed to hold the examination of the South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse Joint Local Plan 2041. Before I go much further, can everyone hear me? I'm looking particularly towards the back of the room. Is everything coming through? Good. So, could everyone please make sure mobile phones are switched to silent while we're in session? Microphones, you just turn it on and turn it off again with the button. From experience so far, you need to sit relatively close to the microphone for it to be fully picked up, and that's quite important because we're being live streamed, so that will be needing to be heard by people who are observing from wherever they are. Does anyone have any objections to the live streaming? So for housekeeping for the building, the venue, could the council please remind us about fire alarms, evacuation procedures and other facilities? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, I'm Lucy Murfitt. I'm the Policy Manager for South and Vale District Councils. Welcome to Bee House, and my thanks to Francesca and the Bee House team for looking after us so beautifully. They've asked me to pass on the following safety and housekeeping announcements. Starting with fire safety, we're not expecting a fire alarm test today, so in the event of a fire or emergency, if you discover a fire, please activate the nearest alarm using the red break glass boxes. Please evacuate the building calmly, following the fire escape signs to your nearest exit. We have 2 fire escapes within this room, and then there is the main exit as well out into the outside. Please do not use the lift. On exiting the buildings, proceed to the assembly point, which is on the green grass area opposite the Hive Cafe, and this is marked using a green assembly point sign. And then when you get there, please report to the lead fire monitor, a receptionist wearing a high-vis waistcoat, so you can be noted as having safely evacuated. On to other housekeeping matters. As you will have seen on your way in, all visitors must sign in and out at the registration desk, please, when you arrive and depart. On this same sheet, please register your car number plate if you have parked here. The loos can be found through the door next to the reception desk in the main reception area. During the breaks, tea, coffee and water will be available in the lounge area just outside this room. There is a cafe in the building on the ground floor to the right of reception area, which is open till 4 p.m. and serves hot food until 2:30. We have a hearing loop available. The Wi-Fi in this room is the Buzz meeting room, and the password is available on these plastic stand-up signs. We do have an audience overflow room on the ground floor called Clover, where you can watch the hearings live if you prefer a space that's not being live streamed and recorded. And finally, if there's anything else you need during the hearings, please talk to Hannah from the South and Vale team or the Bee House team who are available at reception. Thanks very much for listening.
Thank you. So the hearing session will be a structured discussion, which we're going to lead based on the agenda that's been published and the matters, issues and questions associated with the matter for today. So we'll try and bring you in at a relevant point, but if you do wish to make a point, please pop your nameplate on its end, and we'll try and bring you in as soon as we can. We still have a number of participants today. There are quite a few points that people will want to make, so we have read all of the statements and the representations, so it's not necessary to repeat verbatim what you've put in your statements and your representations, but if you want to signpost us to particular parts, that is helpful to us. If other participants have already made a point that is similar to the one that you were going to make, it's not necessary to repeat that. We will have heard that. So, with the number of participants we have today, we'll respect each other, allowing people to speak and finish their points. But as we've said previously, if you are continuing with your point possibly longer than is necessary for the efficiency of time, we will make a visual indication. We won't interrupt you necessarily, but just if that is appearing to go on a little bit, we'd like you to conclude your point. Does anybody have any questions about the hearing session before we move on? Okay. So before we move into matter 4, we're just going to pick up 1 or 2 outstanding actions and 1 or 2 checks. Ms. Malloy.
Thank you. For those of you who were here for the housing session yesterday, the clock was ticking and we were kicked out of the venue, understandably, at 6 o'clock. They were very tolerant in allowing us to continue to 6 o'clock. But what I would just like to do, I don't want it to take too long, I just want to make sure that we have covered everything on the agenda. And just take any points if participants feel like we haven't. So if you can just bear with me a moment, I'm actually going to go through the MIQs, which are reflected in the agenda anyway. We went through them last night, and we feel that we've covered everything, but I'll be happy to take views on that. So just starting at the first question, in terms of calculation of the housing target or requirement in policy HOU 1, whether it's consistent with the standard methodology. I feel we covered that, unless there are any dissenting views. The exceptional circumstances point in terms of taking a different approach to the local housing need, but also looking at the test in paragraph 10 of the PPG in terms of whether there's sufficient justification to go above the standard methodology. We ran through the tests in paragraph 10. I feel we covered that, but again, if you don't, then please pipe up.
Piping up. Sorry, Mum. Just to say that I think that there probably is quite a lot of overlap of that question with today, and particularly with a couple of the latter comments that the council made. So perhaps they're covered off today rather than tomorrow. But today rather than yesterday. But if it creeps ever so slightly into a conclusion that says this is going to affect paragraph 10 and uplifts to the LHN, then is that excusable?
I think in terms of the point being raised by participants that a higher housing requirement is justified on the basis of economic growth, then obviously that is relevant today.
Yeah, fine, thank you.
We covered the point in relation to unmet need, I think, across yesterday, and also a lot of those arguments crept into the duty to cooperate session as well. Any other points? Stantec, if you'd like to respond to that.
Hi, thank you. Connor Sheffield from Stantec. Yeah, really quick one. It was a point of clarification I think we just ran out on yesterday, just that I think might help. I think it was agreed yesterday that the Oxford City 2036 local plan would be added to the examination library. And we just wanted to draw your attention to paragraphs 3.10 to 3.12 on page 40 of that document, which help with the clarification on the committed unmet need that was from 2011 to 2031. I just wanted to raise that now, just in case.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that point was raised, but possibly got lost a little bit in in our hurry to move on. So thank you for that. We discussed in terms of question 3.4, the separate trajectory issue, and we covered the point on question 3.5 in terms of the local housing need calculation, how that compared to the calculation in the joint housing needs assessment. We covered question 3.6 in terms of how the joint housing needs assessment has projected its population, and we also covered the issue of the alignment of the joint housing need figure with the standard method figure. And we also covered the point in relation to whether that aligns with the employment land needs assessment. So we didn't get a chance to come back to the overarching question at the end in terms of the whether the respective housing requirements are appropriate and justified. But I think, to be honest, we would have just ended up with a repeat of points. So, so I just wanted to go through those questions just to make sure that parties were content that we had covered everything. Yeah. Okay, that's useful. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're going to move on to matter 4. So this is the employment land requirement. Has everyone got sight of the agenda for matter 4? Excellent. So we'll do some introductions. There are some new faces around the table for today's session. So I'm going to begin with the councils, please.
Madam, sorry, Michael Bedford, King's Counsel. If I can just say, I am not dealing with this session, and my colleague Emma Dring, who will introduce herself in a moment, is. I think we did alert the programme officer to the fact that we were double personing the presentation, so you won't be hearing from me until we possibly get onto action points at the end of the session.
Thank you, Tom Rice, Infrastructure Planning Team Leader. I'm here on behalf of the councils today. Thank you.
Good morning, Emma Dring, Council. I'm here to support the team on this matter. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Inspectors. My name is Oliver Moore. I'm a Planning Policy Officer at South and Vale District Councils, and I lead on the employment policies in the plan.
Good morning all. I'm John Howells. I work for ACOM. I'm here representing the Council in respect of employment matters, having been the Director of the Employment Land Needs Assessment, which informed their employment policies.
Morning all. Alex Heath from ACOM, Associate Director. I was the Project Manager on the Elna, representing the Council.
Morning, I'm Nick King, Economic Development Manager at South and Vale.
Good morning, Sarah Dutfield from Turley, representing Catesby and associated landowners.
Good morning, Robert Beecham, Stantec, representing various clients.
Connor Sheffield, Stantec, as Robert said, various clients.
Roger Smith from Savills, representing the Oxford Fund and the Stockham Estate.
Philip Smith, Pegasus Group, representing Greystoke CB.
Mitchell Barnes, Frampton's Planning, representing Richborough.
Good morning, I'm Colin Robinson. I'm a Planning Director at Lichfields. I'm here alongside CBRE. We're acting on behalf of the trustees of the Shotover and Halton Park Estates and Prologis UK Limited.
Hi, just Kieran Abbey from CBRE alongside my colleague Colin from Lichfields.
Morning all, Kelly Lippett from CBRE representing Ptarmigan Land.
Good morning, ma'am. Mark Schmull from Arrow Planning, representing Summix.
Good morning. I apologise for not introducing myself earlier. Peter Canavan, Carter Jonas on behalf of various clients.
Good morning, ma'am. Stephen Sensical from Carter Jonas, representing Culham Science Campus, Harwell Campus, the land west of Culham, the strategic site, and Dalton Barracks, DIO.
Good morning, Sarah Harrison, Planning Policy Team Leader at Oxford City Council.
Morning, Rachel Williams, Planning Policy Manager, Oxford City Council.
Thank you for that. So turning to the agenda, looking at it, I think if it's acceptable to everyone, we'll start at the employment land needs assessment, so question 4.2, and then we'll come back to question 4.1 at the end, which is the ultimate question: is the employment requirement justified? So I think we need to go through the discussion first and then come back to that. And we will return to question 4.1 at the end. But I'd like to start with 4.2, if that's acceptable to everyone. Now, I appreciate there are quite a lot of points that people want to make, but to try and keep this steady and structured, then we'll take it a piece at a time. So what I'd like to do is work through the three scenarios first, one at a time. So starting with the labour demand scenario, and then some questions on that, questions from participants, and then move on to the next scenario, and then the next scenario, and then we'll move on to the next item, which is about the chosen methodology, the preferred option. Is that acceptable? Is that clear to everyone? Yep. Okay. So the first scenario is the labour demand. So that uses the employment forecasts sourced from Oxford Economics, and then the change in the employment in South Oxfordshire and Vale by industry is then translated into the associated change in floor space, land requirements. So I think starting with the council, please. Why did you choose the forecast data by Oxford Economics? Start with that first question.
I think in undertaking these assessments, you've got various sort of forecasting houses that you tend to use. So Experian, Oxford Economics, Cambridge Econometrics being three sources that are used quite often in these studies. I think we had a discussion alongside the housing team as well to understand what their requirements would be in terms of data. And Oxford Economics, it's a robust and well-regarded source of data, and that's the source that we ultimately chose to go with based on that.
And so what does that tell us in scenario one? How did that work through? Sorry.
Just before we move on to that, you chose the Oxford Economic data set. How did that compare to the other data sets in terms of what it was showing? So why did you choose the Oxford Economic data over, say, the Cambridge set of figures? Was there any divergence, if you like, in the various figures?
I think a straightforward answer to that, Ma'am, was that we made a decision to purchase the Oxford Economics data, having worked on it on other studies at the time. We didn't purchase the other data sets. We went with the Oxford Economics data based on the discussion that Mr. Heath alluded to. We were obviously aware of say, accelerated growth forecasts in the HENA, so we had sort of reference to other forecasts as well. But that was our decision was to use Oxford Economics.
Yes.
You may be going to ask a follow-up, but I'm not sure your question's been properly answered.
I was about to follow that up.
Thank you.
So the follow-up question that I've got is what did that show? What did that show us?
Well, essentially, you take the employment forecasts across the sort of range of sectors that the forecast set out on across the plan periods. You apply a conversion factor because obviously all these sectors, there are sort of jobs in retail and other sectors that don't fall within the employment land use classes. So you apply a conversion factor, which then sort of narrows down those jobs that just apply to the employment land use classes, so office and industrial jobs. Essentially, from that you get the jobs forecast. You apply, you know, a jobs a sort of what's the terminology? Jobs conversion.
It's
You sort of convert
the
to
use
floor
classes
space,
sector,
yeah.
exactly. And then
Convert to floor space, and then convert to land using a plot ratio to get the sort of the floor space and the land requirements. I suppose the outcome of that is shown within the ELNA, so it forecasts growth in office and R&D jobs and a decline in industrial jobs based on what comes out of those forecasts.
So let's move on to the past take up. So the next scenario. So scenario 2, and that's about past take up, which considers the past net absorption of employment floor space in the plan area and projects the historical trend over the plan period, and then future change is in floor space is then converted to future land requirement. Is that a point related to the first scenario?
Well, yeah, so have we moved on from the first scenario? I've got a few queries about that scenario, or do you want to understand all the scenarios and then we get a chance to speak?
I think I would like to go through the scenarios first, and then I will allow everyone to have some views on that.
Okay, thank you.
I know there are lots through the representations and the hearing statements. People have got alternative suggestions, so I want to hear those as well and hear the council's response on the alternatives. But to try and keep it a little bit more sequential, we'll do scenarios first, and then we'll take the alternatives. So let's just look at scenario 2, please. Now this uses CoStar property market database, and you've used past 10 years from May 2023. So could you explain why CoStar was the most appropriate source for that, please?
I think, again, CoStar's a leading source of property market information. In terms of net absorption, it's seen as a leading sort of indicator of demand through take-up of floor space, sort of lease deals, so it's move-ins minus move-outs, so you get that sort of demand rather than just a supply-based measure. We chose 10 years because, as we set out in the ELNA, you know, if you go over a longer time period, you get the tail end of the financial sort of crisis. A shorter time period to be overly skewed by COVID, so we felt that 10 years was a reasonable sort of assumption in terms of that net absorption. And essentially, we take that average and we project that over the plan period to 2041. And again, from there, we apply plot ratios to get the land requirements. You know, so again, it shows a slightly higher land requirement and employment requirement.
And for the third scenario, that was the labour supply, again back to Oxford economics data. And am I assuming that the same reason that you chose Oxford economics for the first scenario is the same for the third scenario?
Yes, essentially that's the data source that we adopted, so for consistency purposes.
And what did that third scenario tell us then? What does it show?
So the labour supply scenarios takes the forecast working age population growth from the RS housing study. It then converts that into the economically active population, and then this is converted into local labour supply by looking at commuter patterns. And essentially, again, that's all growth in the labour supply on an annual basis is converted to employment in line with those Oxford economic forecasts, so how that translates into sectors and then use classes under the first scenario. And again, that's sort of taken forward to the end of the plan period. I suppose just in terms of the outcome of that requirement is lower as presented in the ELNA.
So taking those three scenarios, comments from participants? Would you like to start then?
Why not? Okay, thank you very much. Can I perhaps just take one at a time, because there's a lot to unpick there, isn't there, for the three key scenarios. So if I just start with the assumptions and the data used for the job forecast for the labour demand scenarios, I think our concern is that the joint local plan is basically planning for a due minimum level of job growth that completely fails to grasp the economic opportunities from the Oxford to Cambridge growth corridor. I mean, not only that, it's not progressively going for growth, but also it's delivering jobs at half the rate seen over the past 10 to 15 years. So I guess that's my initial key point. And a bit more detail on that. As you heard, it uses unadjusted Oxford economics employment forecasts. You know, we do a lot of those modelling work, but I don't object to the use of Oxford economics. I'm a bit surprised they didn't look at Experian or Cambridge Econometrics as well, just to kind of sense test to make sure that they're all pulling in the same direction, so to speak. But sending that to one side, our main issue is they haven't tried to look at the employment opportunities of this key area of the UK. So we did a bit of analysis on this in our employment land needs assessment, which was appended to our Reg 19 representations. Hopefully you've seen that. If you look at table 6.1 of that, what we did, we compared the level of job growth that the council's going for with a number of other forecasts, past take-up, but also the SQW Oxcamark evidence base, the Oxfordshire Schmarr evidence as well. And you can see there that the level of job growth pales into insignificance compared to these other forecasts. So first of all, the council's actually planning for a level of growth in its EDNA of 767 jobs per annum. I believe that's the scenario one you've heard from there. You know, the last 10 years, the level of job growth was 1,680 per annum, so more than double that. Over the last 15 years, it was nearly 1,500. So again, you can see we're planning for decline, not for planning for growth. The Oxfordshire Schmarr was planning for over 1,700 jobs per annum, and incremental and transformational Oxcamark evidence was as high as 2,440. So that just contextualised the fact that the council is not going for growth and grasping these opportunities. So that's my first point. I think we feel that in light of that, they should definitely have defined a policy on job growth scenario. Now, I recognise that in its Matter 4 paper, the council state that in paragraph 4.2.2, including an even higher growth of policy on scenario can be done with an adjustment of labour demand considered, but this is uncommon and lacks justification. So I contest those 2 points. Modelling a policy on approach is not uncommon and is generally standard practice, even by the councils themselves. So the council's got a number of employment land reviews as part of their evidence base. I'm not going to direct you to all of them, but perhaps you could just make a note. If you look at the ELR Addendum 2017 for South Oxfordshire, so that's HES 10.1, that modelled 3 employment forecasts, including a planned economic growth employment change. That increased the baseline from 381 per annum to 564. Its earlier ELR, HES 10, also modelled an economic growth scenario. You can look at table 7.4. Vale of White Horse Their ELR, 11.1, also did a planned economic jobs growth. And without which to labour the point, so did their previous one, HES 11. That also model an accelerated growth scenario. So clearly it's not uncommon. They've done it themselves in all their previous ELRs. And the final point on this, clearly there's a justification for uplifting the Elanders baseline forecast. If we can't do it here, where can we do it? This area is critically important to the UK's economic growth. We've heard from Rachel Reeves about unleashing the potential of the Oxford to Cambridge Growth Corridor, which could contribute up to £78 billion to the UK economy, catalysing the growth of science and technology, and it's one of the most economically productive parts of the UK. So I think I'll close on that point just to say there's a need to do a policy-on approach, and we've really got to do that to grasp the economic opportunities. Thank you. I'll perhaps come back into the 2 points, let everyone else have a point.
Thank you. Are there any other points on at this stage? I'm sure there will be.
Ma'am, just to back up what was just said by my colleague from Lichfields, and this is in the context that I'm acting for Harwell, I'm acting for Culham in particular, the two major employment sites in South and Vale, I would say. And the levels of growth that are actually happening on the ground there bear out what my colleague said. There is far more positivity, far more growth than this council is allowing for or anticipating. Now, from my perspective, the policies that we have in the plan, on the face of it, give my clients what they want because they're both allocated for further employment. But there's a wider point here around the prosperity of Oxfordshire, around the importance of Oxfordshire in terms of science and tech, and an even wider point around the balance between housing and jobs, which I know you discussed yesterday. So, I endorse everything that Lichfields have said. I think the council has underestimated the potential. It's gone for a due minimum option, and one wonders why that is. Is it perhaps related to the housing question?
Thank you. Right, I'm going to turn to the council. So in terms of something like science and technology, how did that feature in the three scenarios? We'll come back to the preferred method under the next question, but in the three scenarios, where did science and technology sector feature? I'm thinking particularly the advanced manufacturing, and how does that feed into the three scenarios?
Within the labour demand scenario, ma'am, the Oxford Economics growth projections would take account of science and technology growth. Admittedly, it's more of a constrained growth scenario than is presented in some of the alternative approaches which have been referred to in the room. We acknowledge that, but it is taken into account within that labour demand scenario. Overall, the plan itself allocates significant land for science and technology enterprises, not least being the significant land allocation at Harwell, equally at remaining allocations within Milton Park and other allocations set out within the plan. So there are adopted allocations within Vela Whitehorse which are being rolled forward, which are in the right places, which meet need from science and technology businesses. I think others on the council team can attest to that if needed. So it's taken into account in the labour demand scenario, and then the allocations of supply are extensive to meet the needs of those sectors.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to come in on that point around sort of planning for the sectors and that approach. And whilst we recognise that there's obviously an existing research and development and innovation sort of ecosystem that does exist across the South and Vale districts, what we consider is that what the councils have failed to do is actually appreciate the role of Oxford within that wider area. and specifically the opportunities around the eastern edge of Oxford that sort of capitalise on establishing a biomedical and healthcare research cluster that draws on the proximate locations of the NHS local hospitals as well as the university and Old Road campus, which does specialise in biomedical research excellence, to capitalise on that and deliver in one location a sustainably located proximate campus in one location, which draws on those key locational and bespoke sectoral requirements to deliver such a healthcare cluster. And whilst the plan does allocate additional land for existing science parks, and it's great to hear from colleagues at Carter Jonas around the real activity that's happening on the ground. But what the plan is failing to do is actually spatially direct floor space and the opportunity to where a bespoke locational requirement is identified, where spatial location and sectoral activity needs to be located, and that is at the eastern edge of Oxford, where those three core ingredients come together: academic excellence, clinical research and industry, and that is not capable of being delivered elsewhere across the districts, and we feel that is a fundamental point that has been missed as part of the spatial strategy and employment policy.
Thank you. I think that sort of relates to taking the evidence and translating it into the plan. So that's sort of moving a little bit on in the agenda. But thank you for that. Could I just ask the council? You've chosen 3 scenarios. Obviously, there could have been other scenarios, and people have suggested other scenarios that you will have seen and also heard briefly. Could you just explain why, for want of a term, the policy on approach was not considered as a scenario in its own right, please?
Of course, Madam, and conscious we haven't replied to the points on that yet, so I was hoping to make such a point. In respect of alternative approaches, we're of course aware that alternative growth scenarios are available in other reports, as cited in the evidence from the interested parties, and indeed ACOM were aware of many of these when starting the ELNA, and I'm indeed cognizant of such methods and have delivered them myself for local authorities as well. So yeah, I am clear that they exist. The NPPF itself doesn't specify that economic growth scenarios should be considered to meet elevated levels of growth, only that meeting levels of growth be considered within the evidence base. In selecting a hybrid scenario, which reflects the most positive need requirements, and allocating the supply to meet that, the JLP has evidently planned to do that. None of the coming back to your point, Ma'am, sorry. None of these studies, to my knowledge, certainly has been subject to scrutiny such as in an examination. The one came closest to that and has been examined in part is the Oxford Housing and Economic Needs Assessment. This was published in 2022 and informed planning to meet needs in Oxford City and Cherwell. It contained forecasts for all the Oxfordshire local authorities, as you may be aware. The work on our ELNA started in 2023. So we were aware of the work done and reviewed it. It presents alternative scenarios for growth in South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse, low and high growth. Our main takeaway from the study was that a high growth scenario was modelled, but fundamentally this was not the preferred scenario taken forward in the relevant plans that relied on it. It had not been examined at that time in any case, but this provided us with a signal that an alternative growth scenario existed, particularly for labour demand, that we could have reference to, such that we did not need to present one in our study. I think one other reason we didn't model the high growth scenario might be if there was concern. I may wish to do, and if there was concern that significant new allocations may be required. So, for example, if the adopted local plan had a very tight position in terms of needs and supply, you would clearly want to make sure that if an alternative scenario was presented, which we then realised, that you had some flexibility to meet that. There was good confidence here that the supply, particularly on what we'd reviewed, would be extensive to meet that demand. I think they're the main reasons that we would do that. We could see the alternative growth forecast in the HENA.
Thank you, Mr. Howes. If I could just ask you to speak just slightly slower. please, for the benefit of sort of keeping
Apologies,
up with
Mum.
all of your points. None of us want to miss anything of what you're saying, but if you could just slow the meter down slightly, that would be much appreciated. Carter Jonas, I'll go left and then right.
Thank you, Mum. It's slightly prosaic point, I suppose, but the evidence is supposed to take regard of regional strategies, the strategic economic plan, and the local infrastructure strategy, both in the evidence base, both referenced in a number of matters statements, and also government policy on such matters, such as growth accelerators from 2023 and the UK's modern industrial strategy, which was highlighted actually on behalf of UK AEA to the Council in the Reg 19 consultations. The PPG talks about market signals and referring to market signals in your economic evidence base, and these are all part of what is in the regional and local and national strategies for Oxfordshire. I don't want to trespass too far onto requirement, but in response to what was just said, I think, with respect, PPG does say that you need to take these scenarios into account in your evidence.
Thank you. CBRE, Lichfields?
Thank you, Mom. Yeah, just to come back on that point, I don't really understand why AECOM haven't modelled it, just from hearing those points. I mean, the gentleman just said, well, we've done it elsewhere. We recognise that our earlier documents in the evidence base have done this. He seemed to suggest that there was a concern that more allocations would be required if we... I mean, that's a policy choice for the council to make, surely. So there's a couple of points there. And as the gentleman said there about the PPG, it very clearly says in paragraph 27, 2019-0220, authorities will need to take account of longer-term economic cycles in assessing this data when forecasting future need and plan for the implications of alternative economic scenarios. So that clearly hasn't taken place here. Thank you.
I think I would just add in response to that there are plenty of examples of adopted local plans, including ones that I've delivered, where the evidence base does not consider an alternative growth scenario. It considers a range of scenarios,
Just to add to that, I mean, clearly this is the decision as to which scenarios to test within the evidence base is clearly a matter of professional judgment. And I think what you're hearing is, it's not an end in itself just to model any number of different scenarios that one can model. A choice has to be made, it has to be a reasonable choice. So just to bear that in mind.
Thank you. Yes, it does have to be a judgment at the end of the day, but I think what the participants are concerned about is the narrowing down of the choice down to just 3 when AECOM have experience of other ones that have been used elsewhere for scenarios, and it's that what I'm trying to look at in terms of you've chosen those 3, and why are they most relevant to this plan area? Because there are other alternative scenarios that you could have used. I just would like your views on that, Mr. Howells, please.
I think I've made the point. I think already that there were alternative growth scenarios for us to have reference to in planning for needs. I think that was my thought process in embarking on the scenarios that we chose at the time, that we could see alternative growth scenarios in other studies to support that. And we modelled 3 on that basis.
I think quite often as well with sort of policy on or alternative growth scenarios, I think with the scenarios that we've taken a data-driven approach. So based on the forecast, based on past trends under our hybrid scenario, quite often policy on scenarios are applying arbitrary uplifts to those forecasts. So I think the robustness of using established sources of data leaves us on a much more robust footing.
We'll move on to why the sort of hybrid approach was chosen. But in terms of the Oxford economic data, I just wanted to explore, I mean, obviously you decided to go with the past trends rate for industrial land supply because the Oxford economic data didn't seem to align with what had been happening in the area on the basis of past trends. I just wanted to explore why that is, and also why there seems to be a disconnect, in a sense, between the Oxford economic data, what that's saying, and also what the expectations are around the room in terms of of this sort of policy on growth scenario. So just to explore why there is that little bit of a disconnect.
Apologies, Bob. I think, am I right in thinking that you're referring to the fact that the past trends for industrial is very different from the past trends for the office type uses, hence the hybrid scenario choice. Is that correct?
Yeah, but my understanding was that in terms of industrial land, that the Oxford economic data was probably showing slightly lower projections than the past trends were indicating. Mm-hmm. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, and then hence the hybrid scenario choice was to go with past trends for industrial.
I suppose I just wanted to get to, to seek your professional view in a way, in terms of why there was that disconnect between the projections, the Oxford economic projections, and the past trends. Why were the projections out on that? Why was that disconnect in your view?
I think, in my view, if we were to look at the numbers for the decline or the overall decline in the industrial land sort of requirements, it's focused on sort of light industrial and industrial B2 with warehousing being closer to balance. So we expect, and this is I feel common within the Oxford Economics forecast for industrial land, that those employment in traditional sectors, which are more within those use classes, EG3 and B2, are generally in decline at sort of national and regional levels, and that is why the land requirement was negative. We think that in an Oxfordshire context, that wasn't telling a compelling story. So we selected. We felt that the past take-up rates would be the better selection, given that shows positive land requirements. Anything to add?
Yeah, I think just to add to that, it's the benefit of providing a range of scenarios means that you can see what's coming out, based on these uses, and we're sort of balancing that with other sections of the ELNA as well. So there's an extensive property market profile which looks at various indicators within the industrial market, and having conversations with agents as well. And I think based on those conversations and the data, we felt that past trends more accurately sort of representing what was being seen on the ground.
CBRE, is that a legacy nameplate, or is that a new nameplate?
It's a new nameplate.
A new nameplate, okay. Please go ahead then.
I know we're kind of moving on to the next scenario too, but I mean, just on that point, it's not like it's particularly optimistic anyway. I mean, that table 811 in the EDNA, or the ELNA, sorry, that only says the need is 4.1 hectares for B2 industrial land anyway. So, I mean, that's not of the 44.4 hectares. I wouldn't say that's particularly pro-growth. they're using that as a justification for moving away from the econometric modelling. I think the fundamental point is they've got such a low baseline for the Oxford Economics, they've given themselves nowhere to go on that one. If they'd looked at the past take-up rates, the past jobs, 1,680 jobs per annum was achieved comfortably over the last decade. All the other employment land reviews explored how can we accelerate economic growth given the opportunities in this critical part of the UK. If I could just give you one quote from the previous ELR for Vale, which was the HES 11.1, their justification for doing a planned economic growth scenario in paragraph 2.3 was, the CE report estimates that under the planned economic growth scenario, projected 12,400 jobs on top of the baseline will occur. This will be generated by the additional demands to the successful implementation of economic stimulation initiatives across Oxfordshire, such as the Enterprise Zone, the Oxfordshire City Deal, the North West Bicester Eco-Town and other planned infrastructure investment. So there's been an effort elsewhere to try and reflect this in the job forecast. I just think that's lacking here.
I'm just going to take a couple more comments and then I'll come back to you. It may be similar points, so we're not having to repeat too much. I'm going to come to the left first. I'm sorry, I can't actually see your nameplate. It's turned Carter Jonas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Just a short point, and this is if you like, a colloquial point in that we're talking about industrial, and I think we're maybe talking in old money here, because sites like Culham, sites like Harwell, where you've got advanced manufacturing, I'm not sure what category my friends over there have put the sort of activities that happen there into. Is it industrial? Is it science and tech? I think there's a much bigger industrial element to future growth in Oxfordshire, given the nature and the legacy sites we have here and their expertise. And I again, it's an open question. Do they think they've properly considered the nature of the activity occurring at sites like Harwell and Culham, and have they properly reflected the industrial processes that are carried on there and are likely to carry on in the future?
Thank you. Stantec, then and then Pegasus.
Thank you. Just on this point about the choice of the past take-up versus labour demand for industrial land, we would certainly agree that the past take-up showing a decline in industrial land requirements is not likely to be a good representation of the future, and the labour demand, the past take-up scenario, rather than labour demand, is likely to be closer to the real needs situation. But looking at table 8.19 in HES 08 in the ELNA, in total there's an addition of some 34 hectares to industrial requirements between that minus 13.2 in the labour demand and 20.2 in past take-up. There's a further allowance for existing allocated sites on enterprise zones. That's shown in table 9.6. That's another 79.7 hectares. So in total, that labour demand position is exceeded by over 100 hectares for industrial land, but the labour demand scenario is taken as read for office land. And it seems very unlikely that if the labour demand scenario is that far out for industrial land, it is correct for office land. Thank you.
Thank you. So for Greystoke.
Thank you, Ma'am. Just building on both those points by Carter Jonas and Stantec. First off, I completely agree with Carter Jonas on terms of the difficulties of modern industrial practices, how they fit into the use classes now. I think it's that, and the difficulty of actually modelling that. But also, in terms of pass rates, it's how they have been suppressed by non-availability of sites, by companies not finding the right premises, by having to move into potentially not adequate sites or suboptimal sites, and how that has been taken account into the forecast. Yeah, that's my point. I think so.
Thank you. So, coming back to the councils, which order would you like to address some of those points in? What suits you?
I think we start on the last point, which is just in relation to suppressed demand. We think it's certainly recognisable as a method. We don't consider it to be sort of an established norm yet for it to be considered within local plan evidence bases. Neither of the adopted local plan evidence bases considered it when looking at such a scenario. The Vale of Whitehorse employment land study is particularly aged in that regard, so I can appreciate why it wouldn't be considered in there. It is as it stands, sort of 12 years old. I think in not doing so, the ELNA method remains in line with sort of the precedent in the area then, and on other adopted local plans. I think overall land provision is not insufficient. It is considerable. So there is flexibility in the supply to meet different site requirements.
Yeah, I think in terms of the point around the nature of R&D, I think as I sort of mentioned at the start, we apply sort of sector to use conversions, to look at how these sort of sectors translate to employment land, and that's a process that we went through in writing the ELNA to review the normal sort of conversion factors that we use and reflect local circumstances. So increasing those sort of conversion factors to align with local circumstances.
We missed.
So for where science and technology is an innovation sector, isn't it? So how do forecasting methods take into account things that they're not sure of in the future? When you've got something to look back on, then you can project things forward. So I'm particularly interested in the research and development, the science and tech. How exactly do you model that?
Obviously, within our approach, we do have that hybrid scenario. So the industrial need is sort of forecast based on that sort of past trends and past performance and how floor space has sort of been taken up. I suppose in the Oxford economics data, so the labour demand scenario. So this is a sort of an integrated model. So it's looking at national and regional outlooks. So looking at those sort of those forecasts, historical trends, so supply side factors, local knowledge and patterns of economic development, and then those sort of fundamental economic relationships that sort of link together the local economy. So the fundamentals of the local economy are reflected within the Oxford economics forecasts, and that's why you've got growth within those sort of office and R&D related sectors.
I think I would just add that the property market profile on which the sort of the conclusions and recommendations that the ELNA is based did include sort of extensive analysis of the various use classes and commentary regarding science and technology sectors, as did the planning policy profile and strategy overview, which had regard to and remarked regarding the plans for those sectors, such as the Oxford list and the Oxford economic strategy. So there's been reference made to those in formulating conclusions and recommendations regarding science and technology sectors as well.
So we talk about industrial land, and I think participant across the table talked about industrial being old money use classes. How does how do you see research and development and the science and technology fitting into the use classes? Because things move on, and we've also got use class E, G, and its subparts as well. So for science and technology and research and development, where does that fit into your use classes?
I think it's mostly, Ma'am, split between R&D, which is EG2 and EG3. With advanced manufacturing, prototyping, etc., that would be probably within B2, which is your typically formed of your own industrial uses, but there'll be various activities taking place within those. I think Alex, Mr. Heath, sorry, explained our sort of process in making sure that the employment forecast for labour demand took account of variances in this regard by looking at each of the sectors, so professional, scientific, and technical, and making sure that the apportionment of jobs reflected the fact that some jobs would be in offices and some would be in R&D. And we went through the full list of sectors and did that. And we did it, with a very specific eye to local circumstances. Something that we would, that we would all do in employment land use forecasting. But we did pay particular regard to that in this context, given science and technology does span over different use classes, and there are very particular there's a very particular ecosystem for those businesses in Oxfordshire.
A few more nameplates. I'm going to start with Stantec and move that way around the table.
Thank you. Just a very quick point on the use of Oxford economics forecasts. It's certainly a reputable source, but as it is not a highly locally tailored source. It's a national forecast which is disaggregated and constrained to the regional and then local level, and is designed to be comparable and consistent across those. So it is good at providing a straightforward trend-based forecast which can be compared nationally, but it isn't a tailored and bespoke local forecast in any way, and it does not necessarily capture specific local factors. Thank you.
Pegasus, please.
Thank you, ma'am. I think the point on science and technology is precisely where we must go beyond the past, looking at simply the past rates, and actually introduce what I might call soft data, which I think has been referred to by Carter Jonas in a way, in terms of where are the market signals, where is the element of bringing in the expertise from those of the sectors who know where the growth is and what their requirements might be in the future. Simply not just basing on past trends, which are possibly, well, most likely, underestimating that demand. So this is where it comes back to I think the original point is that there needs to be additional scenarios which bring in this more soft qualitative data, which then expands on the three scenarios that we've already in front of us. So we actually have a genuine understanding of what the options are in terms of relating it to the employment land at the end of the day.
Thank you. CBRE, Lichfield.
Just a very quick point. So just trying to understand what the council was saying there. Essentially, my understanding was the same. Well, the R&D is some of it's office, some of it's manufacturing. It kind of overlaps a bit. If that's the case, then they're planning for, according to Table 821, their methodology says there's a need for 0.4 hectares of light industrial use, which would encompass some R&D over the next 20 years in this part of the country, which is part of the golden triangle for the life sciences cluster in Europe. We're saying a net need is 0.4 hectares for light industrial use, according to their methodology. Just to put that into context.
I'm going to come to the councils, and then I'll come back to you, and then come back across. So we don't have too many points to respond to, and then we can make sure it'll be covered. So if you'd like to respond to those two.
I think just in relation to the last point there about the 0.4 hectares, that's taken in isolation, and obviously sort of considering the R&D elements of that growth. But that within that, there will be declining sectors that aren't R&D. So it's, in isolation, that might make sense, but looking at the overall sort of sectoral dynamics, that's why the level might not be as high as originally anticipated.
Yes, I think in respect to the attention paid to market signals, the property market profile section particularly was informed by conversations with agents and conversations with the leader of the Oxford LEP, or rather the chief executive of the Oxfordshire LEP, to ensure that the conclusions and recommendations that flowed through from that and the scenarios exercise, the forecasting exercises did take account of market signals and drivers as far as is possible. I think in respect of the comment regarding the choice of scenarios, the alternative approach to a policy off scenario, which would go for labour demand, would be a policy on scenario where we would make adjustments to the forecasts themselves based on local considerations. So that we have discussed the reasons for not undertaking that scenario, given we had reference to alternative scenarios which were already prepared, for example. But yeah, I think fundamentally you're then working from your base forecast in doing those. So the approach can, I think, as Mr. Heath earlier explained, can sometimes be a bit arbitrary in terms of the uplifts that you would adjustments that you would apply in forecasting that. It's not to say that these aren't recognised methods that we've seen and have been referenced by Mr. Robinson in particular, but they are they are augmented from the core scenario as it is.
So for the conversations that you've had with, you mentioned you've got the property market profiles and the OXLEP chief executive and taking into account local. So explain to me, what do they consist of? Is it one meeting? Is it a regular discussion, or how do you take account of, I suppose, reality and real people's views on that matter?
I think fair to say the elders produced over a reasonably short period of time, and it's normal to engage with the agents and key stakeholders within that period. So we are taking account of views at the time. Those would be relevant then in sort of the second half of 2023. There was some further engagement done at phase 2 of the ELNA study, where we had more specific engagement around ensuring that affordable workspace requirements are met within Oxfordshire, given that high land values are seen to be driving certain businesses to have difficulty in finding their sites, and the council's economic development officer was part of those discussions. So they took place within the ELNA. That's the answer.
Thank you. So CBRE, Litchfield?
Just a short point on that, just to come back on that kind of comment, that in response to that, we do really feel that our representations haven't been taken account of at all. And I think when you're talking about what is that future need, what is that future requirement, where should that be, and how has that been considered, we do feel like it hasn't been considered at all, actually inappropriately or appropriately responded to either, to be effective. And it was just to say that we are particularly concerned that our representations haven't been taken into account, given the significance of their content.
Did you want to just deal with that point discreetly, and then we'll come to the next part?
Sure. I mean, I think there are other matters within the agenda, not just this particular one, where we can provide responses to the points made by CBRE and Litchfield. So I don't think we're done on that yet. We'll address those appropriately within the agenda.
Well, let's not lose the opportunity to respond to that. Okay. Sorry, can't quite see it. CBRE again?
Yeah. Sorry. A few of the points have already been picked up on. I think I just wanted to come back to kind of the focus of the ELNA in terms of it is quite heavily focused on the quantitative side, and I appreciate you've mentioned as the council and drawing on what Pegasus said in terms of the qualitative side, and the PPG is quite clear on the importance of that. I think from our concern at the moment is when reviewing the ELNA, it's not clear that that's come through in the industrial sector. I think in the office sector ELNA there is various mentions to conversations with agents, but that is quite limited within the industrial sector, and I fully appreciate the importance of R&D in terms of industrial and we look backwards, but it's also applicable to logistics as well, and I think modern industrial is not just R&D, it's that whole sector, so and how that's informed the ELNA and past growth take-up scenario taken forward, so just wanted to make that point.
Thank you. Carter Jonas, I think it is.
Yeah, it is, Mum, yes. Just one further point on use classes, without getting too niche about all this, but goes to the point about the qualitative position and the past trends point. At Harwell and Culham, we've got consents in the last 5 to 10 years for many tens of thousands of square metres of sui generis employment space, which, insofar as I can tell from the ELNA work, isn't considered at all. I'm thinking of things like the Diamond Synchrotron at Harwell that you can see from space, employs hundreds of people. The consent we got for 10,000 square metres of new general fusion test facility at Culham, which is an extant permission. You know, these are big bits of kit. They're big buildings that can employ a lot of people, and I don't think they have been taken into account at all in the work that we see before us.
Okay, for the councils then.
In response to the point regarding the qualitative considerations, the supply assessment is proportionate, but it is considering it covers two local authorities. But it is been quite extensive in the review of the sites and allocations that it's done, and it has highlighted in that through some of the RAG ratings the issues with some of the sites which aren't necessarily detrimental to industrial uses, but may present a difficulty for other uses accommodating on them. The criteria that we've considered, in line with planning practice guidance, the review that we've done. Overall, obviously, there's a need to provide the needs of the for the supply identified to meet the needs of the various sectors. Overall, the supply identified does do that and does provide a lot of flexibility in respect of sites. So I think it's been considered that way. And then in response to Carter Joinas's point, we had a conversation at the time of preparing the ELNA to take on board your views and considerations, and if you feel that they're not reflected in the ELNA, then apologies for that. But I think we have taken account of the key sort of findings from our discussion in the conclusions and recommendations, and done what we can within what must be a proportionate study to highlight what are important activities to the districts. We've highlighted within our planning policy profile and property market profile the consideration given to those sectors. So.
I just wanted to explore this sort of the potential higher growth option. You said that you were obviously aware of the higher option in the HENA. I'm not sure whether I've got this right. I kind of got the impression that because it had been modelled in the HENA, that you almost feel you didn't need to do that. You were kind of aware of it, but you didn't feel you need to kind of repeat that, just to clarify that point for me.
I don't think it's quite as straightforward as that, madam, but or ma'am, it was more that the high growth scenario in there had been sort of disregarded, and that made us conclude that undertaking 3 scenarios would remain robust and appropriate.
If you were to model the higher growth scenario, how would you go about that professionally? You sort of mentioned about applying uplifts, for example, to the sort of labour supply figures. So how would you go about that?
There's sort of various approaches. I think the most common one is to look at uplifts for particular sectors, so the growth sectors aligning with sort of the SEP as it was at the time, or the sort of local industrial strategy. So we'd look at what those sectors are, consider past performance and what's coming out of the Oxford Economics forecast. But again, that's sort of quite backward looking, and the Oxford Economics forecast being sort of forward looking, I suppose, and taking into account certain relationships. And again, it's that robustness of applying these sort of uplifts to a forecast that's gone through appropriate sort of quality assurance, and it's an established and robust model. To sort of add those on top, it's quite arbitrary, I think.
I think there's an alternative, of course, which is presented in the HENA, which was quite a detailed exercise that they'd undertaken in terms of the. I could maybe find the references as an action, but it was an involved exercise, which I think was taken outside of the HENA itself, or finalised within the HENA. So that had taken a quite a detailed approach to it, which again gave us confidence that had been explored for the district separately.
I take your point about using, recognised data sources. I think obviously any potential uplift would be rigorously tested at an examination, and the councils would have been aware of that from the Oxford examination. Was there a concern that the sort of technical data, that the evidence would not be there to support a higher figure?
I think there was a concern that it's not completely unusual for an alternative growth scenario to be selected as a preferred scenario, but often the considerations behind the selection of the preferred scenario do take into account that the alternative growth scenario can by its nature be very aspirational, and therefore isn't necessarily readily sort of defensible from that perspective, as opposed to the traditional scenarios. So that was taken into consideration that way.
And I'm going to put you on the spot in terms of your professional view as to whether you consider that the evidence would be there to support the higher growth in terms of what, in terms of looking at historic trends and, where things are heading, and taking account the sort of softer aspects that have been referred to. In your professional view, do you think a case could have been made for a higher growth scenario? Sorry to put you on the spot, but that's what you're here for.
Thanks, Mum. I think it's certainly it's certainly possible. It would obviously need to be considered in the round against the other scenarios. So, I think that there's obviously a body of evidence that indicates the potential for an alternative scenario and higher growth. So it would come down to the evidence being there, like to make the decision, but whether we would still need to consider the scenarios in the round, and to do that to make a decision regarding that on the spot now is very is too challenging.
I appreciate that. Sorry to put you on the spot on that. You did allude as well to the point that obviously the supply is very healthy. I don't know whether there has been a calculation whether that supply would potentially meet any potential uplift in terms of things that are coming forward and the sort of economic growth potential of the area, but obviously there's quite a lot of headroom in there to provide that flexibility. So in your view, although the study did not model a higher growth option, in your view, would the healthy supply of employment land not effectively hold back the economic ambitions of the area?
I think absolutely, Mom. The supply is extensive enough to meet those ambitions, and I think the council's sort of strategy does take account of that. I'm not sure whether the council want to explain that in further detail, but yes, that would be certainly absolutely true.
Would that be helpful for me to talk through the kind of strategy for the economic and employment policies? Because I know that came up yesterday, and I can provide a bit more context if that's helpful.
Yeah, and I think it would be helpful as well to address the obviously very ambitious plans for the area economically. Whether from the council's point of view that the council feels that those plans are deliverable. So if you could maybe address that, and we'll come back to that point potentially, but just bear that in mind.
Sorry, just to clarify, in terms of whether what we put forward in employment land supply is deliverable in the plan period?
I suppose in terms of the ambitious higher growth option that's being suggested by participants around the table, whether that is deliverable in your view. You can come back to that at the end, just throw that in there.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for clarifying. So just to start, just to set out the strategy, just so we've got the clarity on that. In the Joint Local Plan, it's Objective 9. So that's about planning for enough new jobs, a flourishing economy, a wide range of jobs, not only in the science and innovation sector, for which the districts are well known, but in the foundational economy, which is important too, which underpins this and provides people's day-to-day needs. When you get to Chapter 7 of the JLP, it expands on the detail of how we're going to deliver on that objective. So paragraph 7.6 states about our strategy to address the future requirements is to focus on the delivery of existing employment site allocations where they remain fit for purpose, as well as allowing the development of existing non-allocated employment sites and supporting the reuse of brownfield sites and settlements for employment uses. So that having been said, in terms of whether it's the supply is able to deliver a kind of ambitious economic growth that's been termed the sort of policy on approach, we think it does, definitely. It has scope there to realise the unique opportunities that we have in our region through the healthy supply that is put forward. I think the point was brought up yesterday as well about how the adopted plans recognise the strengths that we have in science, technology and innovation in terms of AI and quantum computing and life sciences and more, fusion as well at Culham. The adopted plans absolutely recognise that, and they allocate accordingly for that, and the JLP takes on that ambition and that opportunity and carries it forward. There is scope within the JLP to meet and to not constrain in any way at all economic potential. The doors are open to allow that as market demand drives. So we feel confident that the plan is there to enable sustainable economic growth. That's quite key as well. So sustainable economic growth across the plan period, and it will not hold back on the very valid points that people have raised here about the strength of the science and innovation sector in our areas. We don't dispute that at all, and the JLP doesn't go against that. It recognises throughout the great situation that we're in terms of the wealth of opportunity for those key sectors.
I think it's coming up to 11 o'clock, so I think we'll take a comfort break, and then so we'll take 20 minutes, so 11:15. 11:15. All right, we're adjourned till 11:15. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We shall carry on our conversation about employment land requirement. So just before the break, we were talking about growth options. I'm just going to look around the room for. Does anybody else want to make any comments on the matters that we were talking about before the break? I'm sure there will be. CBRE, Lichfields, please.
I know we've covered a lot on the job forecasts. I just wondered whether it was worth moving on to the one of the other scenarios, which is the labour supply one, whether that's still covered in this question. I suppose one of the questions here, I wasn't here yesterday, but I know it came up quite a lot, was the linkages between housing and employment lands and job growth. I guess I'm here to kind of provide the other argument, so the other way around, so to speak. I mean, as I'm sure was said yesterday, it's really important that the employment land requirements dovetail with the housing targets, so that the additional labour force living in those new homes are sufficient scale to take up the job opportunities, because if we don't get that, we're going to get commuting imbalances, it's unsustainable, and so on and so forth. And I know at a lot of local planning EIPs, that's been a big issue that's perhaps resulted in quite significant main modifications to the plans. So on that note, I know that HESO 8 Scenario 3 includes labour supply modelling. I think our concerns are that it's fundamentally flawed, and in fact the council seem to be acknowledging as such in our initial responses to that. So looking at page 107 of HESO 8, that kind of sets out how they've come to these, the local labour supply that they say is likely to come forward. It's come up with a very low level of local labour force. They took about 2,606 in that table. That's the net job growth they say is associated with the demographic projections. And that ends up with a very, very low job growth of 455 and a very low land requirement of minus 17.5. And I've set out in our reps why that's so low. There's some errors about excluding residents over the age of 65, zero growth in economic activity rates, and issues about no one commuting in or out of the two districts for work. And essentially, they haven't actually modelled the housing growth that's promoted in the JLP. So they haven't actually looked at the unmet need for Oxford City. They haven't looked at, well, how many people are going to be moving to these new homes, essentially. So that's the point I've got. And I suppose, I know the council's initial response to your questions actually departs drastically from its own evidence base. So you'll see in that response to the initial questions, on IQ 56.8, they say the consultants have looked at the relationship between jobs and housing growth. And they say that far from being 2,606 local labour force, it's actually 22,293. So that's the number of economically active residents associated with the housing requirement of 31,020. So there's 2 points there. First, how on earth does that link back to the ELNA's analysis? And should we simply disregard Scenario 3 labour supply in its entirety because it doesn't seem to relate to the housing target in JLP? And the second point, that table also says that the number of people living in that, number of jobs in a housing, is significantly above the level of jobs associated with the employment land requirement. And column L in table 56.1 says there's a net surplus of workers of 4,553. So again, that's saying that the housing target is out of line with the employment land target. So does that mean we should be increasing the employment land target to bring it back into mind? That question's unanswered in the council's evidence. Thank you.
Would the council like to comment on some of those things in terms of the, so we're looking at labour supply, that's scenario 3. Obviously CBRE's concern of there are some flaws in their view in the modelling. So in terms of excluding people over 65 from the jobs market, etc. I can repeat them all if you need them.
Thanks, Mark. Yes, I'll respond to that. So to give just an overview of what we did at the time of preparing the ELNA, which was a labour supply scenario being based on the, just to clarify how we've done it. I recognise that may have been unclear in the IQ statement. So it's being based on the economically active population derived from the 2021 census data rather than the population which would result from the proposed housing requirement. And then the ELNA on the 2021 population projections, which were being modelled in the JNA, it was an accurate, up-to-date understanding of population growth. I think then we'd have reference to the PPG 27, which is how can market signals be used to forecast future needs, and the paragraph there, which I won't repeat, which is strategic policy making authorities will need to develop an idea of future needs based on a range of data which is current and robust, such as demographically derived assessments of current and future local labour supply techniques. This is what the ELNA fundamentally did. And I, we recognise Lichfield's or CBRE, position regarding that it needs to be based on the joint local plan housing requirement. We have demonstrated alignment based on jobs growth in the labour demand scenario, which feeds into the plan requirement, and this shows no fundamental misalignment and a surplus of workers in the context of a substantial supply of employment land surplus. We note as well that the various points that Lichfields have made regarding the assumptions used, and I think we'd be happy, recognising the point that you made earlier about not feeling that your concerns hadn't been addressed. We would be happy, if it would be helpful to you, Ma'am, to submit a labour supply scenario which takes account of the housing need to provide a more an aligned position, if that would be helpful for you and indeed for CBRE.
Thank you for that helpful suggestion. Yes, we would like to accept that and take that offer up. And certainly that will go in the examination library, and it'll allow participants the opportunity to comment on that as well, so we can take people's views. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm just picking up the point about housing and the link between the housing and employment figures. We discussed yesterday, for those who weren't here, the sort of tests, if you like, in paragraph 10 of the PPG in terms of the justification for a higher housing requirement, which goes beyond the standard method. And one of those is the presence of growth strategies. And I think it would be helpful to explore that further. And from our point of view, from the council's point of view, in terms of what are the growth strategies? Where are they at? What stage are those growth strategies at? Are they funded? Are they deliverable? Are they realistic? And that very much ties into the test in the PPG in terms of whether higher housing requirement is justified on the basis of the presence of growth strategies. So if you could take that point, and then we can open it up for discussion.
Thanks for bearing with me there. I just needed to consult with colleagues. So I understand it used to be the growth deal, but that's no longer in place.
Sorry, thank you, Ma'am. Tom Rice, on behalf of the councils. The period for which the Oxfordshire Housing and Growth Deal covers is to 2031, in the sense of it set an aspiration to plan for 100,000 homes between 2011 and 2031. There was a reporting process that went alongside of that, where we reported back to government on progress, and that expired in the year 24-25. So I think that reporting process would have wrapped up at the end of this financial year. In any instance, the infrastructure associated with that has been funded and is ongoing and being delivered, and it's there to support housing growth, which has already essentially got planning permission or features with allocations in the plans.
I mean, that's helpful in establishing where the growth deal is. But in terms of other growth strategies in the area, and you know the stage that those are at, and whether they have funding, how deliverable are those? And then I'll open it up for the participants.
So there are numerous strategies and aspirations set by both local and national partners for Oxfordshire. I guess the challenge that we find, in contrast to the aforementioned growth deal, is that they do not feed through to specific targets for housing or particular, and I'm happy to be corrected by colleagues here, but I don't believe they feed through to specific job growth or employment land targets for our area. And so we see them as aspirational, and we acknowledge their presence in the area, but in the sense of them providing exceptional circumstances to depart from the standard method, the fact that there are no specific targets associated with them or necessary funding tied to them or a commitment that those will be delivered. They are aspirational economic growth strategies, and we believe the plan proportionately responds to that with its higher levels of employment provision and the higher levels of housing target to respond to those aspirations if they do come forward. But in terms of those forming exceptional circumstances to bake something into the housing need as a warrant a departure, we don't believe they meet that very high threshold that's set out in paragraph 010. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the distinction was made yesterday in terms of the exceptional circumstances being required to justify an alternative approach to standard method, whereas the council is using the standard methodology, and then there are the 3 tests, or 4 tests in terms of justifying the higher growth, anything higher than the standard method. So there is that distinction which I tried to draw yesterday. So, you know, it's a question whether exceptional circumstances are necessarily required to go for a higher option beyond the standard method, if the standard method is the starting point. If you see my point.
Yes, Ma'am, and without sort of splitting hairs, the reference in paragraph 010 of the PPG is in relation to the setting of housing need, which is a distinct and separate process to the establishment of our housing requirement. So at paragraph 67 of the MPPF, which is that next step of, okay, you've established your need, where do you go from here in terms of setting your requirement? So for us, as we've set out, we believe the standard method is the right approach for us in setting our need. We don't believe those exceptional circumstances warrant a departure. But then when you do look at paragraph 67, it goes on to say the requirement may be higher than the identified need if, for example, it includes provision for neighbouring areas. Check, yes, we have done that. And if it includes or reflects growth ambitions linked to economic development or infrastructure investment. And so inevitably that's an element of planning judgment on the realistic deliverability of some of those aspirational economic growth targets, economic development plans and infrastructure investments in our area. We believe the supply is an appropriate response to that, to allow that to happen and come forward, but to essentially use that as a justification to increase either the housing need or the housing requirement. Based on the evidence that we had, we weren't convinced that it warrants a departure from it. However, the plan does positively respond to it by enabling that supply to come forward on the additional housing and employment allocations.
Madam, just to add to that on that paragraph 10 reference, just to emphasise that the circumstance that I think we're talking about now is growth strategies for the area that are likely to be deliverable, for example, where funding is in place to promote and facilitate additional growth, e.g. housing deals. So I think that just goes to the point that Mr Rice was mentioning about the lack of, kind of targets or uncertainties about funding and deliverability of those kind of wider strategies. Thank you.
Can I just come in on the end of that, because I think it's worth kind of picking up on the strategic economic plan for Oxfordshire and the kind of the status of that, if you like. I think probably the points that I would make on the strategic economic plan and the reason it doesn't kind of justify a departure, that plan was very much about balancing growth, sustainable growth, and making sure, I think there's more of a focus on the foundational economy than in previous iterations of similar plans. So the final version of that plan, although published in December 2023, is still subject to review. So there are several things that sort of happened concurrently with the transition of the LEP, whose document that was, into the county council, a new government coming in, and the that plan, as I understand it, is still under review. So there's never really, I think, been a finalised funded programme that has specific growth aspirations beyond productivity and looking at the barriers that exist within Oxfordshire at the moment. So I think that the kind of conclusion, I guess, of the plan that was published is that we're looking at the output being generated more efficiently, more equitably, more sustainably, and without relying simply on greater input. An important point to note as well is with the strategic economic plan, it was always designed to be operating within existing county level ambitions with regard to net jobs creation, housing delivery, as set out in the local plans by local authorities, and enabling progress towards net carbon zero.
Okay, we've got some nameplates up, so I think I'm going to come to the nameplates first. We've got Carter Jonas again. Thank you.
Sorry, Mum, I should have angled that better. Try not to trespass on things we were talking about yesterday in housing requirements, but I think we do just need to be crystal clear that the uplifts don't need exceptional circumstances. The uplifts are a judgment, as just been said, and the arguments that have majority on the whole been placed is that the council hasn't, in the face of including allocations that are a product of the growth deal in their plan, so including allocations and including strategies that are a product of the growth deal in their plan, they haven't considered an uplift to the housing requirement on the basis of economic growth. Point one. Point two, yes, the strategic economic plan hasn't been finished, but that's because the LEP has now become a different body, the name of which escapes me just at the moment, but the council was part of the creation of that strategy. Yes, the foundation economy is a part of that strategy, but that was only because it was somewhat overlooked in the previous plan. That's not to say that suddenly Oxfordshire is now looking only at the foundation economy and is forgetting big science. That's fundamentally misconstruing what the strategic economic plan is saying. The strategic economic plan is based on the clusters and the drivers for economic growth across Oxfordshire. the local plan refers to cross-Oxfordshire strategies, Science Vale, the Knowledge Spine. These are all growth strategies that the council is referring to and yet hasn't tested in any part of its evidence base. And again, it's going to trespass a little bit on things we've already talked about, but it's not in the sustainability appraisal either. And I think, and otherwise I'm going to get into the requirement part, which I think I'll save for later, but I think I just needed to, or thought it was important to respond to those points that these strategies are included in the local plan, and there's somehow a feeling that they're all going to stop after 2031. Again, bearing in mind that the council's already said, oh, it's all right, because the unmet need, which is part of that strategy, we're going to stretch out across the rest of the plan period, doesn't make sense. There's a fundamental gap in the storytelling of that part of the local plan, in my view.
Oxford City, please.
Thank you. Carter Jonas have just made much of the case I was about to. I didn't want to leave the examination with the impression that Oxfordshire is anything but pro-economic development and pro-growth. Yes, the documentation, the strategies, the forums within which this has been developed over a number of years now, the names have changed, the personnel has changed with the changes of government and changes of in Parliament. But there's a succession of strategies now which are very much pro-economic growth. They go from the growth deal, which is extant and runs to 2031. At one point in time, we were a forerunner of the local industrial strategy, which was the approach at the time. The councils themselves talk about their use of enterprise zones, the identification of Science Vale, the strategic economic plan work that we've been working collectively, whether it's government investment in AI at Culham or the Oxford Growth Commission that is now intent. I just think collectively those show a determination and a scale of ambition for Oxfordshire, which I really wouldn't want to let the examination lose sight of. Thank you.
Thank you. Stantec. I was just going to come back to the council, but I'll take Stantec's point and then I'll come back to the council.
Only a really quick one, just to add to Oxford City. Is the other piece of work that the Oxfordshire authorities have been collaborating on for quite a number of years is the Oxis work, which is also underway for an update towards the end of this year, and may go on to inform future local government reorganisation and devolution in the area, which was obviously referenced in the council's opening statement on Tuesday morning.
Thank you. So I think if the council could start with the response to Councillor Jonas's points, that would be helpful.
Sorry, just bear with us 1 second. I just need to talk, sorry.
Thank you for your patience.
No, thank you for yours, Ma'am. Apologies. In terms of the points raised by Carter Jonas, the growth deal itself, yes, there are housing allocations that came off the back of previous plans, which were based on departing from the standard methods to deliver the growth deal's objectives as planning for 100,000 homes by between 2011 and 2031. As I set out, that's already planned for. The infrastructure associated with the growth deal is spread across the county, and the schemes which are associated with growth deal funded infrastructure in our area are either allocated in this plan with a proposed continuation of an allocation, or those schemes are already under construction with the infrastructure funded from the deal already gone alongside it. So in terms of planning for additional homes, we don't believe that the growth deal at this time, unlike in 2019-20, justifies a departure from the standard method. And furthermore, that growth deal was signed by a previous government and does go back to 2017 when it was first announced, I believe, by Chancellor Philip Hammond in 2017 in an autumn statement. In terms of going back to paragraph 10 of the PPG, it is that stressing of the deliverability of the growth strategies for the area. And yes, we acknowledge that the growth deal is deliverable and is underway, and the plan responds and reflects that prior commitment to the growth deal through its allocations. Any other points to add? Yeah, my colleagues have spoken about the SEP in detail, but it goes back in the first instance when we're setting need, which I appreciate is a different point to paragraph 67, is that exceptional circumstances and the deliverability point of view. So baking that into our housing need, we don't think the evidence is there from the SEP. And as I said earlier, in relation to paragraph 67, quote that again from the NPPF, the requirement may be higher. So we have looked at, and we are aware of those strategies for our area, but in terms of how they actually drive an increase in the housing requirements, we don't believe they alone justify the departure from the standard method in setting a higher housing requirement in the context of a plan setting that positive vision for growth. Thank you.
Just picking up on that point, just in relation to the points that Oxford City and others have made, it's obviously really positive to hear what's happening in Oxfordshire, and that's really, really good. But picking up on the point made about the deliverability of those strategies, I just wanted to throw it back to yourselves in terms of the fact that going higher than the standard method from a housing point of view would clearly need to be tested very thoroughly at an examination. And as such, the deliverability of those growth strategies would need to be tested very thoroughly. And we would need to see evidence of the deliverability of those growth strategies. So I'm sort of putting the point back to Oxford City and others who've raised this point. Where is the evidence to support the deliverability of the strategies beyond that already secured through the growth deal? Start with Oxford City on that front, please.
Thank you. There are others in the room that can talk about the state of the employment market and the housing market, perhaps with a different perspective than I. Just from an Oxford point of view, I see a very strong, very healthy employment and housing market in Oxfordshire. I think we've demonstrated over a period of time that Oxfordshire is delivering the kind of economic growth that, yes, albeit it was a Conservative government some time ago signed the Housing and Growth Deal, I see no evidence that that aspiration has changed under this government. I think it's very clear that the current government sees Oxfordshire as a key driver in the country's economic future. They are ploughing significant investment into this area. That is giving confidence to the market, which I say is already healthy and buoyant. I've worked in Oxford for 20 years and I've never seen so many large cranes in the city. This is demonstrating to me as a planner, although, as I say, there are others in the room that can speak to the market more strongly. that this scale of ambition is being delivered. And I would suggest that report after report have demonstrated that there is further untapped potential within Oxfordshire. That's why we have the Oxford Growth Commission has just started its work. This is a recognition at the highest levels that there is that untapped potential to go further and faster. Sorry, if I've missed one of your points, please correct me, but I might leave that there.
No, that's really helpful. Thank you. Just pinning it back in terms of the wording in PPG growth strategies for the area that are likely to be deliverable, for example, where funding is in place to promote and facilitate additional growth. So in relation to the emerging aspirations, if you like, is the funding there at this point in time to justify that higher employment and housing sort of requirement at this point in time? That's the point I'm trying to kind of draw out in the discussion.
I would say I would express the ambition for growth, not to be a step change towards growth, but a continuation of a pattern that has been the position in Oxfordshire for a number of planned cycles now. So for a number of planned cycles, we have been working sometimes more closely than others, but to a common vision for the unlocking that potential of Oxfordshire's growth. So I would say that rather than it being framed as an uplift, I would see this as a continuation of a pattern that we have good delivery record on. So the number of jobs in Oxfordshire exceeded expectations set back at the previous plan period. That's even through the difficult times that the country and the world has faced. Oxfordshire has ridden that very strongly. And I see several votes of confidence from things coming out from central government that will continue. What we're seeking to do is to build on the good progress of recent years. We're not seeking a step change in terms of increasing growth. We're seeking to build on our good record and past delivery.
I'll go down the left-hand side. Yeah.
Government's commitment to growth, and I'm going to skim read or pick out elements from a press release on the 30th of April this year from government about the AI growth zones, the first of which is at Culham. There have been two, the government's gone out for expressions of interest from private sector partners to come into Culham and to work with the UKAEA and others to progress the Culham AI growth zone. There have been 200 initial expressions of interest, and the press release talks about it creating. Sorry, I've lost it now. But it's billions of pounds worth of investment and creating hundreds of jobs. Is to paraphrase. I mean, I'll submit this formally, but it's evidence of how committed the government is to growth in this region and at Culham in particular.
Can I just double check the reference there to submitting the press release? Is that what you're referring to, that you're suggesting to
That's
submit?
what I was suggesting, yes.
To the
It's
examination.
a government press release, yeah.
I mean, obviously we're not encouraging, additional evidence to be submitted, but I just wanted to check with the council whether there would be happy with that press release to be submitted to the examination library or not?
Well, Madam, I think just question the relevance of it. As I understand it, it's April 2025. And obviously, the plan was quite some time after the plan was submitted. So I'm not sure how helpful it's going to be to reaching the conclusions that you have to reach.
Was that a yes or a no to submitting it? Sorry.
No, I take the point about the timing, but I suppose as a background information, if they're happy for it to be submitted on that.
Madam, if you think you'd find it helpful, then obviously it's a matter for you if you would like to accept and to formally object to it. Just
yeah. We take the point about the timing, which I'm sure the gentleman from Carter Jonas would appreciate as well.
So that's a yes. Okay. Carter Jonas.
Thank you, Mum. All I would say on that point, I suppose, is that the AI growth zone was somewhat foreshadowed in the UK's modern industrial strategy, the Invest 2035 document, which did precede the submission of the local plan and was referenced by UK AEA in their Reg 19 submissions. I think on the point of testing the deliverability of a higher growth scenario, that's simply what we've been asking the council to do through its sustainability appraisal. You know, the funding of these things is a point and is one where, like the industrial strategy, came with ministerial statements, came with promises of money, some of which has arrived through Cullum and other places. But with that gap in the evidence base, there's nothing for us to then respond to. And hypothetically posing the question now is a bit late, if I may say so, because I think that's the point that we're all saying, that we can see in the market that it's deliverable, and various documents are referenced in our Reg 19 representations and in the matters statements, the innovation engine and advanced Oxfordshire, where we would talk more about the deliverability of that had there been the opportunity to do so, had the local plan's strategy encouraged or followed through on the various points around Objective 9 that we've heard this morning. And I'm still somewhat vexed by a statement made at the end of yesterday about, because the council once made a decision to support economic growth, it shouldn't have to commit to it for a lifetime. I think, to be honest, if it's committed to economic growth, it needs to see that economic cycle through at least, and it needs to have a plan that supports it at least.
Thank you. Summix.
Thank you, Ma'am. Mark Schmull from Arrow Planning on behalf of Summix. Couple of points I just want to make. On the question around the growth deal and infrastructure and funding, there is always that chicken and egg scenario. If you plan for it, it's much easier to get it funded. And if the absence of that is there, then what are you actually asking for funding, and is there security around delivery and so on that you're actually asking for? So a plan can encourage funding by making allocations and aspirations around infrastructure and so on to achieve that. I just wanted to go back to this point, without straying into housing matters, but around employment and housing and the Strategic Economic Plan from 2016, which is document HES 06, and that the council have relied upon in their evidence. And just quoting from page 7, it says, Oxfordshire is notable for the excellence and scale of innovation, enterprise and research within the county, and for the dynamism of its economy. Both in employment and GVA are growing strongly. Activity and employment rates are high, and there is very low unemployment. The scale of recent investment in some of its most successful firms bodes well for the future. And if you go to the next paragraph, however, there remain the interlinked issues of the lack of housing that people can afford and increasing congestion on our roads. So we've seen in 2016 this issue of lack of housing and affordability there, and how that's a constraint to economic growth there. Now, the October 23 SEP deep dive report, which is HES 04, again repeats these issues, and at paragraph 2.45 talks about supply side constraints, and those relating to labour have already been cited and are widespread, linked with high demand and the county's high housing costs. And we've had the debate yesterday around that, so I won't go back into that. So we're seeing again this pattern of high economic growth, opportunity, but constraints presented by lack of housing and affordability. And if I go back to the NPPF and paragraph 85, again, that's talking about planning policies and decisions, helping create the conditions in which businesses can invest, expand and adapt. A labour supply constraint obviously is going to hinder investment and expansion for businesses. And it continues, as we know, to talk about significant weight about supporting economic growth and productivity, taking into account business needs and wider opportunities, which again, labour supply and housing is an issue of that. But also sort of moving the point on, it's talking about the approach taken, allowing for an area to build on its strengths, particularly in areas where Britain can be a global leader in driving innovation, and areas with high levels of productivity, which should be able to capitalise on the performance and potential. So again, we've talked about the labour supply constraints, but then if I bring it back to some of the earlier discussions this morning and about the point again raised just now by Carter Jonas, this sort of lack of an assessment of a positive policy approach around growth for employment and so on, again, doesn't appear to be consistent with what the NPPF is actually advocating there as well. So you've got the two arms of it, one around the housing supply affordability issues and how that's constraining economic growth, and the other being actually, national policy is actually encouraging us in areas such as here, which we've heard where better for this should be looking at that. But unfortunately, we don't have any evidence of even considering that scenario. And so how do we know how that can inform the plan and the approach going forward? Thank you.
Thank you. I think there are a couple more nameplates up, so I'll just come to the council just so you can respond to any of those points that have been made so far, and then we'll carry on around the table, if someone would like to.
Okay, so I'll start, and I think colleagues will jump in as well, if that's okay. I think I'll go back to the kind of point that I was making earlier around the plan as itself does recognise the huge opportunities that are in our area, fairly unique to our area as well, around economic growth, and science and innovation sector, and it makes ample provision for that in our employment land supply. It exceeds the objectively identified need from the ELNA, and it provides plenty of options in terms of a range of sizes of sites, locations, and types as well to offer choice. So there's plenty of opportunity for choice and flexibility in order to enable the growth ambitions that we recognise in the area to come to fruition. So my starting point is that the JLP doesn't go against that at all. Picking up just on the point that Carter Jonas was making around Culham and the opportunities there around the AI growth zone. So we know from this announcement then that there's going to be streamlined planning processes for Culham, as part of the government's AI growth zone here. And the plan provides a mechanism via a local development order for Culham too. So we're working actively with Carter Jonas on behalf of UKAEA to help bring that forward. We've also got the LDO at Milton Park, which is new and groundbreaking, and I know it sits technically outside of the JLP allocation, but it's another kind of way in which, when you look at employment land supply holistically, there is plenty of scope to enable the growth ambitions of the area to come forward. Just generally around taking into account strategic economic plans, I think it's important just to point out that both the evidence base, the ELNA, and the plan does recognise the Oxford local industrial strategy and the SEP. If I bring you to the ELNA, so HES 08, paragraph 3.18, it makes clear how, you know, we were consulted with the LEP, but also our strategy then responds to the aspirations of the strategic economic plan by translating that knowledge spine concept into our spatial strategy as well. So both in terms of the quantum and the distribution of land. And so, you know, taken together with our positive employment policies, we're kind of responsive and cognizant and delivering on those kind of strategic plans as well to make sure they're deliverable. So this is definitely a plan that is alert and aware to the broader environment. It's something that factors in employment land supply as part of direct allocations, but then it also, as part of our demonstration JT1 of the employment land supply, recognises other things like the enterprise zones and the local development orders and the new AI growth zones that's coming through. As you know, although that came through after submission, that there's nothing in the plan that sort of disables that or prevents that kind of coming to its full potential. So that's my kind of roundabout way of addressing the points. I hope I've hit them all. I don't know if colleagues want to come in.
Madam, I wasn't going to speak, but since obviously part of that session or round of exchanges related back actually to the housing requirement and obviously the extent to which the council should have taken a different approach to setting the housing requirement in relation to the guidance in paragraph 10 of the PPG ID2A of the archived relevant part of that guidance. Madam, with respect, we would suggest that the way that you posed the question to other participants was precisely right, if that's not too, as it were, oleaginous for us to say. But the point is that what that paragraph of the PPG requires you to do, having set your need by reference to the standard method, is to give consideration, it does use that word, to give consideration to whether there are circumstances which may make it appropriate to set a housing requirement that's in excess of the need generated by the standard method. And it's quite clear, first of all, that that therefore puts you in the world of evaluation, planning, judgment as to how things sit with those various factors. And it's also the case that what we're dealing with here is an issue then, would the plan be unsound because the planning judgment that was reached, which was those factors hadn't achieved, as it were, sufficient degree of maturity to justify an increase in the housing requirement. Obviously, we're not talking about the bullet point which deals with unmet need, because we've rehearsed all of that ground, but we are, I think, particularly dealing with the bullet point which deals with the growth strategies. And as Mr. Rice has explained, so far as the existing growth deal is concerned, that is built into the figures and the assessment, and the delivery of that is continuing. It doesn't justify an uplift beyond what's already built in. So far as other strategies are concerned, yes, there is a lot of aspiration, and you've heard about that, but there is nothing that is tangible in terms of funded, deliverable growth strategies which would require or necessitate a further uplift to the housing requirement. And that is not only so just looking at what evidence is there of funded and deliverable strategies, it's also so in the context of this plan, where it's obvious from the comparison between HOU1, the requirement, and HOU2, the supply, that there is already a comfortable margin in the supply. So it isn't the case that, well, this plan, if it's got that judgment call wrong, is going to be constraining whatever opportunities that there may be that come forward. It clearly isn't, because there is the potential there if indeed the aspirations and ambitions come to fruition. And so in those circumstances, we would consider that the judgment that the council made which is that there was not a justification for an uplift, was an entirely valid one, and certainly it would be, in our submission, inappropriate to conclude that judgment was an unsound one, and that there is, as it were, a coherent and developed case that requires there to be an uplift to meet that particular bullet point in paragraph 10 of ID 2A of the PPG.
Thank you. I'll carry on around the table. I think I got to CBRE Lichfield, and then there's a couple more on this side and a couple more on that.
Thank you, Marm. So just coming back on a few of those points, I mean, particularly about the growth strategies for the area that are likely to be deliverable. So, I mean, I'd be quite surprised from the government's perspective to hear what the councillors are saying, that, you know, there's a lack of certainty and lack of funding for this. I mean, clearly in Rachel Reeves' speech in January 2025, where she was talking specifically about the new plans to deliver the Oxford to Cambridge Growth Corridor to boost the UK economy by £78 billion by 2035. That's clearly the government's strategy for the area. And it does mention funding, actually. It talks about, in this, I've got it in front of me, it's talking about confirming funding towards better transport links in the region, including funding for East-West Rail, with new services between Oxford and Milton Keynes this year. And then it goes on to state a number of points about how the Oxcam, the former Oxcam ARC, is about taking advantage of the region's unique strengths and potential. The announcements are further evidence of the government's modern industrial strategy in action, as it seeks to create the right conditions to increase investment in our leading growth sectors like life sciences, artificial intelligence, advanced manufacturing. And it's talking about, you know, the next quote, she will add, taken together, these announcements show that for the first time, a government is providing leadership to deliver this project with a clear strategy for the entire region, backed by funding for the housing and infrastructure we so badly need. So that's the government saying that for this area. And then if I can make one more point before deferring to my colleague on a more localised matter. The Matter 2 statement that my colleague submitted for Lichfields highlighted a recent letter from Matthew Pennycook MP. So that was to Neil Coleman, CBE, on the 12th of May 2025. So it's in their Matters paper. They're not here today, but I'm sure I can speak on their behalf. And that was talking about the establishment of the Oxford Growth Commission. So that emphasised that the OGC will help to unleash the economic potential of Oxford and Oxfordshire by prioritising creating a coherent narrative for the delivery of infrastructure, housing and employment across the city and surrounding area. This is vital and essential work promoting a jewel in the crown for UK scientific endeavour, higher education, innovation and enterprise. I don't see how the government could be any stronger on those points. So clearly, I would say that certainly ticks that barrier. But if I could just pass on to my colleague who's got another perspective on it.
Thanks, Colin. It was really just drawing on the commentary around the ambitions of the region and obviously reiterating that the Oxford-Cambridge Growth Corridor does stand as the cornerstone of the government's ambition and mission-led agenda for the UK's future. The government's industrial strategy does focus on 8 high-growth sectors, and one of those includes life sciences. And when we're commenting on the confidence in this research, innovation and discovery sector, we're obviously here today representing the Shotover and Holton Park estates, also along Prologis being a global business who have delivered a number of critical infrastructure projects across several locations across the UK. They play a key role in the UK's economic success and provide a number of employment opportunities across all levels. They're also a foreign direct investor who deliver sustainable growth in partnership and also underpin local inward investment. They also have been development partner responsible for delivering and realising the modern day expansion of the Cambridge Biomedical Campus, and we're now working alongside them and the landowner to realise this significantly important health and local attainment outcomes opportunity to deliver improved health outcomes for society. So this hopefully substantiates Oxford City Council's points around there is confidence in investment in this region and trying to secure the delivery of this biomedical research cluster for Oxfordshire. And around going to Arrow Planning's point around allocation and funding, in our case, the investment is ready to be made and is ready to be made by Prologis as that opportunity needs to be realised. And, you know, if I may also respond to some of the comments of the planning policy officers around strategy and approach. The role that employment land plays in the right location is vital if the plan is to be successful and positively prepared for the future. Therefore, the identification of employment land in the right location is critical, and the plan should address this point. We're noting that the lion's share of employment allocations are in the Vale and not necessarily in South Oxfordshire, and the South Oxfordshire allocations are limited to a few. So our view is that there is a spatial failure of the plan to meet the employment needs across the eastern part of the district, and given those adjacencies and boundaries with Oxford City, that locational significance as a global leader in driving innovation should be acknowledged. And that's also been expressed in our Reg 19 representations and the needs case presented there, that there is only one area at the eastern edge of Oxford, that is Oxford, that is capable of delivering a collaborative biomedical healthcare campus established on that existing healthcare cluster in East Oxford. And I think the policy officer also talked about sustainability and directing growth to sustainable locations. And again, the eastern edge of Oxford is highly sustainable with the Thornhill Park and Ride, connectivity by the A40, excellent links by rail, and also, as my colleague Colin said, the significant improvements to infrastructure as well. So overall, we do feel that there is a failing there to acknowledge that in the context of the wider growth ambitions for Oxfordshire.
Thank you. Can I just come to Savills and then I'll come back to the council.
Thank you. So if we could just go back briefly to the Chancellor and her speech in January. Yeah, you stole most of my thunder, by the way. I was going to do precisely the same thing. But one of the quotes which you didn't use, which I think is quite helpful, that the Chancellor said at that speech in Ensham at the Siemens factory, is that Oxford and Cambridge are two of the least affordable cities in the UK. In other words, the demand is there, but there are far too many supply-side constraints on economic growth in the region. And when she says far too many supply-side constraints on economic growth, in this case, my view is that is principally land. If you don't allocate sufficient land, whether it be for housing or for employment, then that will be a constraint on economic growth. I accept that her speech was after the submission date of the local plan, but it is clearly a key issue that I think, Madam, you need to take into account when preparing your report. When we talk about housing and employment, it's often quite theoretical, it's often quite statistical, but I think if you'll humour me, I just wanted to give you a few practical examples of what this actually means. And like Rachel Williams, I've been working in Oxford for about 20 years. We've been working on Oxford North, which is a big development to the north of the city, Oxford Science Park, Old Road Campus. So as a company, we're very familiar with the development that is taking place. But the lack of land, certainly within the city, means that the demand for life science development can't actually be met on new sites. So what is actually happening, in fact, close to our office on Botley Road, is that most of a large retail warehouse park is being redeveloped for life sciences because actually there is no land elsewhere. And Siemens, which is where the Chancellor made her speech in January, are building a huge new facility by Junction 9 of the M40 near Bicester on a site that wasn't allocated for employment at all. My clients, the Oxford Fund, so the Oxford Fund is essentially Oxford University, own Grove Business Park, so that's the one employment allocation in the Wantage Grove area. We secured planning permission for that earlier this year, discharging pre-commencement conditions. Development will start shortly for about 35,000 square metres of floor space. But actually that's the only allocation in the Wantage Grove area. So the local plan allocates something like 3,500 homes, and the one allocation now has permission. So if we are serious about trying to encourage people not to use their cars to commute, to walk, to cycle, to use public transport, then I think it's incumbent upon the local planning authority to look at housing and employment together. You can't guarantee that people will work close to where they live. That's obvious. But at least by providing employment land where there are large housing allocations, that's more likely. And at the moment, the employment land that we have within both districts is focused, not exclusively, but in large part in Didcot and Harwell. And development is going on in lots of other places across the district. And I think it's important that, as well as the quantum figure, the distribution of employment land is also important as well. Just as an anecdote, we were progressing the planning application for our Grove Business Park, Lasher. The application was submitted in 2023. And the case officer, this is in the latter half of Lasher, informed us that he'd been taken off the application, that it wouldn't be progressed for a while because he'd been seconded to the local plans team. And effectively, we were left in abeyance, we didn't have a case officer. And the reason why that was the case, as Chris Young indicated yesterday, is because the councils were keen to rush the local plan to get it submitted before Christmas. And that's, in my view, the reason why we think there are the range of flaws that there are. I.e., getting the local plan rushed through was more important than actually dealing with a major application for employment development on an allocated site. Anyway, I think that I'll stop there if I may, Madam, but thank you.
Thank you. I'm conscious of time, and I want to come back to the council to respond. Oxford City, you've got your nameplate up, but I'll come back to you. I'll just come to the council first, and then I'll come back to you. But I want to try and move on a little bit.
Thank you. Would you like me to counter the CBRE site there that was promoted? Because there's reasons why. Or shall we just focus on some of the other points? I'll leave it to you.
I'm happy for you to counter briefly if you want to, but I'd like to sort of move on to the more substantive bits.
Okay, thank you. I'll be very, very brief. So just for to help you understand that site setting there of the Shotover Grade 1 listed historic park and garden, and it's in the Greenbelt. So it would have required Greenbelt release justification. So, as you know, this joint local plan was prepared under the NPPF 2023 and submitted before the NPPF 2024 was published. So that's the position on that. Our next plan will take the approach in government policy on Greenbelt and all other matters at that time.
I don't know exactly quite where we've got to in the agenda, because we seem to have kind of jumped around to looking at kind of distribution and those matters. And I think that we started back with the question about deliverability and the question of an uplift, and obviously wanting to move on from that. I just wanted to kind of finish that off really by being boring and just going back to the PPG yet again, and the reference there to deliverable and funded strategies. And obviously that just links directly to the soundness requirement, and for any policies to be justified by evidence, and obviously that the robustness of that evidence will be tested. And if there was to be some sort of uplift, you'd obviously need there to be a figure that you could justify through that evidence. I think whilst we've heard a lot about commitments and strategies and statements that have been made and so on, I'm to an extent repeating what Mr. Bedford's already said, I appreciate, but what would that figure be? We don't have, and you just specifically asked the other participants what the evidence was of deliverability, and I don't think there is anything concrete that could reasonably be used to inform an actual precise figure that could be robust and justified and therefore sound in the plan. So I think to hopefully kind of draw a line under that topic, I think that's the position that we've reached on it.
Thank you. Oxford City.
Thank you. I think the discussion this morning is illustrating some of the problems that we've had with this section of the plan, which were in our reps, which is a reluctance to acknowledge the reality of the economic growth that is happening and will happen in this area. So we're in the situation where the plan doesn't seem to reflect the evidence base, and neither seem to reflect reality. The plan may be allowing growth, but it does so very passively. So it hasn't taken a positive approach to planning for it at all in terms of looking at where it's located or how it's served by infrastructure including homes. And I think it may be said that there's sufficient sites, that it's not directly constraining growth, but it may do so anyway if it fails to provide for that growth with those sufficient homes and the infrastructure that is needed, which will lead to other problems in terms of sustainability, exacerbating affordability problems as well.
Thank you. Is there anything that you want to say in response to that? We'll move on.
Well, I can do just about the distribution point, if that's helpful then, to kind of explain that. So our spatial strategy generally focuses development at Science Vale. This is justified and consistent with the national policy. And so our spatial strategy takes account of the Oxfordshire Strategic Vision to 2050, which is the examination library reference GRO06, which is a long-term vision for long-term sustainable development. And it was prepared by all the councils working together through the Future Oxfordshire Partnership. So taking all that into account, development is directed towards more sustainable settlements with close links between housing, jobs and services. Science Vale is one such area, and so we will continue to deliver development there through housing at the sites allocated in the plan and sustainable economic development at Culham Campus, Harwell Campus, Milton Park and the other sites allocated in the JLP. Thank you.
Madams, can I make a prosaic point? I mean, it goes back to this housing uplift issue, and I don't rehearse that, but there were a number of references made, particularly by CBRE, but also by Savills, either to things said by the Chancellor earlier this year or to things said by the relevant Minister, Mr. Pennycook, I think in May of this year. And there is an issue in terms of, obviously, you're considering the soundness of a plan that was submitted in December. Now, I don't say, as it were, that in terms of soundness, some kind of guillotine comes down at the point of submission and it's impossible for you to consider anything that's happened after the point of submission in testing soundness, because I think that would be an inappropriate line to take. But there must be, as it were, a balance between how you test the soundness of a plan, which obviously the council had to be satisfied with sound before it was submitted, and if the goalpost were to move, as it were, as to what you're taking into account, that presents issues. In the sense, well, first of all, I would say that based on what we've been told, I don't think actually that statements in factories, however interesting they are to ministers to make, actually amounts to real funded commitments. So I think there is an issue as to how much weight you can give to that sort of evidence anyway. But if it were the case that, let's say, that you thought that circumstances since the plan was submitted had materially changed in relation to the prospects of growth strategies being realised, we don't think the evidence has changed, but even if you were to take that view, it seems to us that the conventional way in which a plan-making process would proceed if there were material changes post-submission would be more by reference to review mechanisms than it would be by changing the plan at this stage. And in this case, of course, we know, because of wider events which have happened, there is already effectively a built-in review mechanism because of the new NPPF and the difference between this NPPF and the 2023 NPPF that we are being tested against. there is inevitably going to be a requirement on the plan-making authorities, once this plan-making exercise is completed, to proceed with a new plan under the new NPPF. And we would suggest that's a much more practical way of trying to plan for changes in circumstance since a plan was submitted, than trying to, let's say, bolt onto a plan adaptations to reflect post-submission events. Now, I say we don't accept the principle that there have actually been material changes, but even if one were to take a different view, we would say, well, in these circumstances, there isn't a justification for finding something unsound when there are plenty of mechanisms within the planning regime to enable, as it were, subsequent developments to be taken into account.
Thank you. Is it a new point?
It is a different point, slightly.
It's a different point.
It's related to the second bullet point in para 10 of the PPG. It's more of a question. I've been trying to find the answer whilst the discussion's been going on. It's in relation to strategic infrastructure improvements that are likely to drive an increase in homes or needed locally. Increase in homes needed locally. And it was more a question around the strategic reservoir option that's being brought forward, that the council have a policy in that safeguards the land. So it's not a more recent announcement, but there is progress on that, and it was more of a question as how that's been reflected in the assessment and analysis of jobs and housing growth in the area.
Thank you for bringing it back to the topic today. I thought talking about a reservoir, we were moving on to something completely different. Right. Okay. Can I just have a response from the council on that particular point, please?
On the reservoir, of course, I will stay firmly within the remits of a reservoir. So the reservoir itself is not going to be a large employment generator. It's essentially a big hole full of water. Furthermore, the reservoir itself is there needed to mitigate the impact of housing development that's already in place across the southeast of England. We are a water-stressed area, and if we saw the reservoir as providing capacity for homes solely in our area, that wouldn't be appropriate. The reservoir is a strategic regional investment that will unlock housing delivery across not just the southeast but much wider area that Thames Water and other water operators, areas that they operate in. So we don't see it as something which is driving an increase in housing need. If anything, it's there to rectify an issue of chronic underinvestment in water infrastructure over the last 20, 30 years. Thank you.
I'd like to bring us back to the agenda, as we've been floating around on different parts of the agenda. I was hoping to try and keep it in a fair straight line, but we've been exploring bits and other things. So in terms of the preferred option, are the nameplates up in relation to the previous debate, or are we able to move into the preferred option?
It was a very quick point on the previous debate, Ma'am, if I might.
Okay.
Thank you. It was just about this point about announcements and dates of announcements and so on in infrastructure. And I think, just very briefly, the announcements are post-plan that have been referenced today, post-submission of the plan, and, do have some sympathy with the council for that. But it's not like they came as a big shock and a big surprise. And I think just to illustrate the point, if I go back to November last year, there's the government's commitment to East West Rail. Now, I'm conscious that does not come into Vale and South, it goes up through Cherwell. But, this was a commitment to significant infrastructure funding in November prior to submission of the plan that, and to quote the government, it will bring billions of pounds worth of growth to the Oxford to Cambridge region with tens of thousands of new homes and jobs. And it comes after the Chancellor's budget confirmed support to deliver the scheme in full, strengthening the region's thriving life science, technology and innovation sectors. So it's just to prove the point that it wasn't just post-submission of plan we suddenly got surprised by these commitments or suggestions of new growth. Pre-submission of plan, there's a very firm commitment to a significant infrastructure project that will impact on the South and Vale areas positively around economic growth.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to the preferred option and just talk about the hybrid approach and why the councils have chosen that hybrid approach as the preferred options. I know objectors have got concerns of that, and essentially that's why I wanted to try and go through the three scenarios first, to then take us to the hybrid option and talk about that hybrid option now. I'm conscious of time. It's 25 to 1. Are participants able to continue beyond 1 o'clock? Because I think we're going to need to. Is there anybody who needs to leave dead on 1 o'clock? There's some flexibility. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to turn to the council first, please. So you've chosen the hybrid option. Could you just explain why you've chosen that hybrid option and why it's justified for this plan, please?
I think starting with the office and research and development uses. So we've selected the labour demand scenario there. It reflects from the three options that we've considered the most ambitious, the most land requiring scenario. So we think, recognising the importance of South and Vale in the UK's economy and the Oxfordshire economy as well, that represents the most ambitious scenario and is evidently what should be selected from the three scenarios that we've considered. From a similar, not dissimilar perspective, in respect of past take-up and trends for the industrial and warehousing scenario, it's a similar consideration. That reflects the most ambitious scenario of the three that we've chosen in terms of the land requirements that it sets out. Labour demand is clearly showing some negative requirements, and past trends tells us a different story, and we're happy with the market signals that dictates, and using the methodology that we have. So it's on that basis, Mom. Thanks.
Are there any limitations to the use of that past take-up rate particularly for industrial users? I'm thinking because of this, often there are large. I think somewhere else I saw it was called big box strategic logistics, and that type of use. Is there something in the plan area that there is a demand for that? Has there been past demand for that type of use, and is it going forward?
Yes, I think that's reflected in the scenario for warehouses, that there is positive growth expected in that area. The supply, the considerable supply set out in the plan is there to meet additional demand for that, recognising that it's an important sector. The Oxcam growth corridor obviously is a very science and technology orientated market economy, but it's also an important in relation to its role in meeting logistics needs, particularly along the M40 corridor in the area. So yes, I think it does reflect it in that regard.
And is there much evidence of repurposing older property, or is it looking towards new stock? And how has the ELNA taken that into account? That factor of is it about repurposing older property or looking for new stock?
Sorry, Mark.
Can
I think it's mainly a reflection of the need for new development, Ma'am. I notice we'll come on to the discussion regarding an allowance for margin of flexibility, where we've made some allowance for additional needs arising, which addresses that point in some degree.
Was there any consideration in terms of repurposing old stock?
The methodology that we followed, Ma'am, is mainly in relation to net absorption. So it's mostly about new development.
One very quick question for you, Ma'am, if you don't mind. Oh, sorry, have I butted in? When you talk about repurposing old stock, are you talking about buildings or land?
I'm talking about both.
Right, because just to help you and maybe help the council, I mean, Culham and Harwell are both old, established sites with a military history, and then a post-war government science and technology history. And a lot of the development there, well, no, sorry, there is surplus land there that is now being developed, and there are buildings that have been and are being demolished and being redeveloped. So that's all, you know, those two sites in particular cover those bases. I'm not sure how the AECOM work has had regard to that, but that's the reality of the situation. And also, with the land west of Culham that we call Culham number 1 site, which is part of the housing and employment allocation to the west of Culham. That also was part of the former Naval Air Station, and there's an application in to redevelop that site and more than double the existing employment floor space on that site by providing 100,000 square metres of new floor space.
Thank you. CBRE.
Thank you, Ma'am. It was just picking up on the big box point that was discussed by the council, and in particular how that has been taken forward in terms of the employment allocations. Just because from my experience, when larger floor plates are required, you need to look at the potential strategic sites as well as those existing employment land, because sometimes they do need the space to be accommodated, and they can come forward in your standard greenbelt sites, for instance. So not just looking at the brownfield, it's looking at that holistic vision. And in terms of those larger floor plates, I think it was picked up on the Crawley local plan in the inspectorate, and we've referenced it in our our matter statement, so I won't reproduce it. But it's mainly in relation to when you are looking at them in terms of your existing allocations, well, what impact does that have in terms of your small and your medium? It's, you know, working together, sometimes it can adversely impact each other. So I think that for me, when we're looking through the evidence base, it's unclear how that's accounted for, because that, like as I said, the strategic allocations are normally next to your M40 corridor, and I think the way the employment policy is written at the moment is very heavily skewed towards the Vale rather than South Oxfordshire, which has that prime M40 corridor in the north.
Thank you. CBRE, Lichfields.
Thank you, Mom. Yeah, I mean, I do a lot of employment land reviews across the country. I was giving evidence at Cannock Chase 2 days ago, so we do it on both sides of the fence. So I prepare these employment land reviews, and, you know, we do use net absorption rates as kind of the market indicators. I would be very wary about just using that scenario as your main scenario for going forward, because, well, there's a number of reasons. We set it out in our ELNA. I mean, first of all, if you look at figure 6.2 of our ELNA, you can see that the net absorption data is highly volatile and fluctuates massively from one year to the next. So, for example, if you look at the net office absorption rates of the last few years, in 1 year, it was plus 53,500 square metres. The next year, it was minus 1,832 square metres. So a slightly different time frame that you pick can yield completely different figures, which has massive implications for the narrative that you're trying to pursue. The second point that the AECOM acknowledge is that these are net figures. So if you look at Table 8.8 on page 105 of the ELNA, that says average annual net absorption of floor space. So what does that mean? That means the occupiers moving in versus the occupiers moving out and the floor space associated with that. So that might be a positive figure, but equally it might be a negative figure. And we can see that for light industrial for Vale of White Horse, they're projecting forward a net need of minus 31 square metres of light industrial floor space. So their strategy is based on a loss of light industrial for Vale of White Horse for R&D manufacturing. So why they haven't actually tried to analyse loss replacement. So you might want to translate net requirements to gross, which you need for planning requirement. And to do that, you make an adjustment for loss replacement. Because otherwise, you're going to end up with, if you have a net figure of 0, that could be 100,000 square metres moving out with 100,000 moving in. You still need to replenish the stock and have an element of churn. So there's a number of points in the ELNA that suggest that there have been losses in the past. That's paragraph 1.35, and that there's likely to be losses in the future. So, for example, in paragraphs 10.37 to 10.39 of the ELNA, they acknowledge that in the periods between the ELNAs, the Council should regularly review how much employment land has been lost. So they do accept that it's likely there's going to be losses going forward, but there's no opportunities and there's no allowance for that loss replacement in here. And the final point I'd just like to make on this, which I think was alluded to by some of my colleagues on my right, was that there's been no allowance at all made for latent demand. So essentially, it's supply constrained. If you don't get any new sites coming forward, the only way you can have positive net absorption is if vacancy rates start to decline. So you get more people moving in than you do out. But eventually, when vacancies get so low and you're still not building anything, the net absorption rate's going to flatline as well. So just projecting that forward, it doesn't actually tell you what the need is or how you're going to address that. So I think there's some real concerns with just using that. And we do feel that it's massively underplaying. I mean, it might have used past completion rates, for example, actually new build, which is a gross figure, and we touched upon that in our ELNA, which come up with a much higher figure of requirements, which is fairly standard in the PPG, and it's one that we would have expected them to explore. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the council want to comment on some of those points, the methodological ones,
yes,
in particular?
Yes, that's fine, Ma'am, as a summary point, I think, taken from what's been said. So overall, there are different ways in which you can model this. There is the net absorption rate, which we've used. We see that as a leading measure of demand based on lease deals. It's been applied by other consultants. It's not just what we've prepared. It compares occupied space versus vacated space, move-ins and move-outs. On the other hand, the other methodology for undertaking this is net deliveries, which is a measure of supply and registers a change in inventory for floor space related primarily to new developments. It's fair to say that these are both robust methods. They've been applied on employment land studies in different parts of the country. I note in the Lichfields have used net absorptions in their Chelmsford Employment Land Review in 2024. So it's clearly a means of measuring demand. Within both methodologies, you can choose different years, different ranges of years. We're confident that the range of years that we've chosen within ours is the most optimistic. Sure, there will be variances in development, net absorption during that time. Sites will become change in terms of their circumstances and are turned over to other uses. So, recognising that there are different approaches to do this, I don't think fundamentally what we've done is not robust on the basis that it's one measure of doing it.
Thank you. I think we've exhausted the preferred option. Unless anybody has anything else to say.
Just coming back on that, I mean, I appreciate there's different ways of doing it. You know, you model a range of scenarios and you kind of take a step back and say, well, which looks realistic? How does that match our aspirations? And when you actually look at that table 810, where it says that on page 106, where we've gone through this net absorption, and it says your need is 1,500 square metres for light industrial for the next 20 years. Your need is 16,000 square metres for B2 over the next 20 years in this key part of the country. Did that not set alarm bells ringing that perhaps that looks a bit low? That perhaps we should have done what we did elsewhere in places like Brighton and Hove, South Kesteven, Bedford, where we actually made some kind of adjustment for loss replacement to try and see, well, is that more realistic to what the market is actually telling us is needed? I just think that, I understand net absorption, it's a valid approach to use to an extent, but you need to look at it in and around with alternatives to say, is the outcome actually going to deliver the aspirations for growth for this part of the world? I just don't see that it does. Thank you.
I'm going to allow Ecom to come back on that point, please.
Thanks. I just respond to say to that the numbers that we came out with were positive. We're confident that the supply allocated in the plan is considerably in excess of that. So if we had concerns that there was not the land requirement to meet those needs, then maybe we would consider the alternative approaches in much more detail. But I was confident at the time that we were following our preferred approach to modelling this, and fundamentally the land requirement would be sufficient to meet additional needs if they were to arise.
Thank you. And how does suppressed demand get assessed in the preferred option?
I think the point I may have made earlier, Bob, was that we're talking about suppressed demand. We're talking about historic lack of supply, and it's recognisable as a method in these senses. However, it's not an established norm for it to be considered always within such analyses. Neither of the adopted local plan evidences bases considered it when looking at such a scenario, to my knowledge. In not doing so, I think the other method remains in line with precedent in the area, and on other adopted local plans where I've prepared the evidence base. So I'm not for one moment saying that this isn't a, overall a relevant consideration. Again, I would make the point that there is ample sufficient flexibility within the land supply to meet a different scenario in terms of a higher scenario in terms of needs.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to question 4.4, if that's acceptable to everyone. Yep. So the plot ratios. So this is about, are the plot ratios justified and appropriate for the plan area? So we know that the PPG doesn't set out plot ratios, but it's based on industry proxies. So the council tell me that the plot ratios applied to the calculation of each of the R&D and the industrial uses are within the ranges set out in established guidance. So I'd just like to understand what's the actual range specified in the guidance.
Just to clarify, the use classes that you're referring to, Ma'am, is it R&D and industrial generally, or? Thanks. In respect of industrial generally, it's the guidance, of course, is the ODPM guidance dating from 2004. It's dated, but I think it's a very good starting point from which to set and then review plot ratios against other sources. It's the range for warehousing specifically is 0.40 to 0.46. For business park type uses, it would be 0.25 to 0.4. I would consider 0.4 to be the upper end of the range to be kind of the norm for R&D type uses. So the EG2 MARM to answer your question directly. For industrial itself, non-warehousing industrial, it's 0.35 to 0.45.
Thank you. Is there any other guidance that's used on that to inform those? So it's the ODPM's employment land review guidance. Is there anything else that you use as industry guidance?
Not specifically, ma'am. Recognising that the guidance has not been replaced in that in this particular instance. What I would look to do, though, is just to take account of the plot ratios which are being applied in appropriate local circumstances. That could be within a broader sub-region. It could be within the existing adopted local plans for South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse. That I would be driven a lot by that recent experience, and I would take account of those locally specific circumstances each time. I wouldn't use the same plot ratios across the country. I would make allowance for differences and for evidence which points to different plot ratios being broadly sensible and applicable.
Thank you. I know CBRE have got concerns about they're suggesting B8 warehousing is unusually high. So I think is that a difference of opinion from experts in the field?
I mean, I just want to say, we don't feel it's justified or appropriate for this area. I don't mind about the officers in the R&D. It's the 45% for the B8. It might seem a minor technical point, but I think in the big scheme of things, I think the approach is just emblematic of a failure to understand the local plan area and the wider FEMA it sits within. And its reliance for this figure on a research paper from the ODPM for 2004 that's actually been formally withdrawn. So it's 17 years old, that provided national rule of thumb estimates, rather than to undertake any proper analysis of the unique characteristics of the local property market, is another point that kind of evidences the inherent flaws and weaknesses in the economic evidence space. So, first of all, our experience elsewhere, you've got the Welsh practice guidance, which is, I know it's Wales, but it's actually extant. It's 2015. That says 40% should be used. I suppose one of the points I've got is that we've got BNG now, so you've got biodiversity net gain. So obviously that's a key policy requirement. It's actually reducing plot ratios. You'd expect it to be more likely 35 or 40 than, it's going down, not going up. So it's considerations like that, and particularly, what does it mean for the local context that just don't seem to have been considered? And I'm just concerned that by going for a 45% rule of thumb from an out-of-date paper 17 years ago really doesn't do the trick. Thank you.
Did you do any sensitivity analysis on this as well? Yes, respond to the point, but also, is there any sensitivity analysis done?
Yes, there is. Mr. Heath will just alert my presence to that in the report, the exact sort of paragraphs where we did set out that we considered that. Just to respond to the challenge around the 0.45 plot ratio for warehousing. So I've explained that the guidance provides a starting point from which to set and then review plot ratios. The range is 0.4 to 0.6, as I've said. We check these plot ratios to see if they align with local circumstances. The previous employment land studies for the district, which have already been referred to in the conversation today. So the Vale of Whitehorse employment land study that informed the adopted local plan used a plot ratio of 0.5 for warehousing. The South Oxfordshire employment land review prepared by Lichfields used 0.4. We're in the middle. There are other studies in the South East that the AECOM have prepared which form part of an adopted local plan. For example, the Guildford Employment Land Needs Assessment, this also chose 0.45. At the time that we were preparing the the Elner, we recently worked on a piece of work in the Oxcamark corridor, so of relevance to the local area, which was the Bedford Economic Growth Ambition Study, which is referred to in some of the matter statements. This also chose 0.5, and it did so based on analysis of recent deliveries in that area. Like I said, Bedford is within the Oxcamark. It's in an important location for logistics in the country's Golden Triangle, and we had consideration to this at the time. I don't think fundamentally, therefore, 0.45 and is an outlier from 0.4 based on all those considerations.
I think just to follow up in terms of the sensitivity analysis, so yeah, we did test lower plot ratios, within the ELNA, so tables 8-17 and 18. So I think that sets out, it's not isolated to just warehousing, but we did perform that sensitivity analysis and saw what impact it has on the various scenarios. I think a relatively muted impact would be my summary.
I think I'd like to make one sort of final point, which is related to this, is that if a 0.4 or 0.35 plot ratio was realised, there would still be sufficient land supply within the joint local plan to meet that additional demand arising from it. So I think that's a relevant consideration.
I'll just make one final point on a sensitivity test. I appreciate they have modelled that in Table 818. There's no discussion of that. They just print out the figures. There's no saying, well, it's gone by 15 hectares, we think that's insufficient, or it says we've modelled 35% or 45%, and then that stops. It just moves on to the conclusions. So there's no information in here as to how that's influenced their chosen preferred summary. And, it's gone up by 16 hectares and using the lower plot ratio predominantly for the B8 warehousing. So I would have expected some kind of discussion about sensitivity. Well, this is what it means. This is how it's influenced our findings. So that's just the point I'd make from that. Thank you.
Is there any particular commentary that you can draw me to on that point?
I accept that it's not sort of further discussed in the ELNA itself. I mean, I don't think that's a deficiency on its part. It's providing evidence that having a lower plot ratio in this regard would show a land demand arising, which ultimately will be met by the provision made in the supply section. So it is in there as evidence. I accept that there's not a detailed discussion of how it might make a difference, but it's there to show what the difference might be within the context of a consideration of supply and demand at the end.
Okay, just turning to question 4.5, which is about the appropriate and justified vacancy-related allowance. So, firstly, to the councils, you've chosen 8% for office uses and 5% for industrial uses. Could you just explain the reason why?
Yes, ma'am. So the higher vacancy rate for offices is something which we'd the 8% rather than the higher rate is something that we derive from conversations at the time to inform the study with property agents as to what is an appropriate frictional vacancy for that space. It's largely that, and our previous experience in similar contexts and areas that we've decided on an 8% frictional vacancy rate. Similarly, on industrial space, similar discussions sort of took place, and we're drawing on our previous experience in relation to that. It's recognised, particularly in respect of industrial, that lower vacancy rates have been much lower vacancy rates have been prevailing for some time, particularly since sort of 2015. due to e-commerce and other drivers of demand for space, such that 5% will add, clearly add amounts to the need requirement, such that it's an appropriate choice, and it is a choice, and it's it's something again that we take account of on every study as to what's appropriate at the time, looking at the vacancy rates which are set out in the study as well.
So looking down the agenda and looking at the time, would people wish to take lunch, or should we press on for the rest of the agenda? Happy to take soundings from people.
Can I ask how much longer do you think we'll need?
$64,000 question. It depends on how many points people want to raise. Well, we do have some flexibility with the timetable today, but I'm looking to the council in terms of the room booking. Was it only this morning, or so it is booked for the whole day? So we do have some flexibility in that case. Any other views on whether to press on or take a lunch break? Do people need a comfort break?
Could we at least have perhaps a short break?
Sorry.
No,
Sorry, I'm not available this afternoon, but I'm not sure there is anything from this discussion that you don't have in our written representations. So I think that's probably covered.
Okay, and is there anything else on the agenda that you would wish to raise if you want to disappear?
I think the only comment we were going to raise is in relation to the approach to unallocated sites, and that we don't consider that is consistent with national policy, in that proposed policy JT1 places a blanket restriction. And we don't think there's enough flexibility in that. That was the big point that we wanted to discuss. So it's your question 8, sorry.
Yes, there are other concerns that have been raised about.
So I'm happy that others would be dealing with that in any event.
Okay. Because I think Frampton's had suggested some alternative wording as well in relation to that point. So if you're content to have made that point, we will hold that point.
That's fine, thank you.
And when we get to question 8 later, but to the council, I think you were going to say...
No, I was just going to suggest that maybe a short break would be helpful for people to have a comfort break and maybe grab a bit of food, but we don't necessarily need a full lunch break, perhaps.
Okay, shall we say half an hour? Should we say 1:40? We'll adjourn till 1:40 then. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. It's 1:40. We shall resume matter 4. So I believe we've got to question 4.7 on the agenda. Then we'll have 4.8 and then 4.1. Okay. So I'm going to come to the council and ask the question. 4.7, does the plan provide sufficient existing and new employment land to meet the employment requirement? And is the distribution justified for the plan area?
Thank you, Ma'am. So, as I'd mentioned before, yes, the JLP does provide sufficient land to meet the requirement. As you'll see in JT1, the plan provides 35.34 hectares of employment land in South Oxfordshire and 277.88 in Vale of White Horse. This exceeds the requirements that you've heard Mr Howes and Mr Heath talk through from the ELNA. So that ensures that the local employment market retains the necessary flexibility to support business churn, provide occupier choice and accommodate changing market needs over the plan period. So that's in terms of the amount. In terms of the type as well, there's 13 sites from our employment land supply proposals. There are a range of sizes from 0.7 hectares up to 93 and in different sides of locations. So the range of sizes and types gives us choice, gives employment land supply and with full commitments as well, give choice for the market. So to help businesses across sectors. Possibly an important point as well is that many of these sites, the majority in fact, were in our previous local plans to deliver employment land and they have capacity remaining. So they're well positioned to deliver over the plan period and that they provide certainty, I suppose, for the market in terms of being established sites that are there. So that continuity, I think, is helpful for ensuring that the employment land needs is delivered upon over the plan period. On the distribution side of things, we've heard concerns about, maybe the plan is too focused on science fail. So I'd just say it's important to note then that we did test for different spatial strategy options in the sustainability appraisal of the JLP. So that's examination library reference CSD03, table 4.3, so that we could understand how the options performed against the different objectives of the sustainability appraisal. And so, when you hear, proponents of a kind of more dispersed pattern of development, at the edge of sites and at smaller villages, they performed significantly worse against those sustainability appraisal objectives than our chosen spatial strategy option, which is why we, one of the reasons why we went for the approach that we took. Thank you.
Thank you. If no one's got any other points in relation to that question, CBRE Lichfields.
Just a quick one, if I start off on that. I suppose the point I'm saying, I know the council's saying that we've oversupplied relative to need. My point would be, how can we confidently say we have sufficient supply when there are so many uncertainties over what the actual level of need is? And I was going to raise a point before lunch, but I know we kind of moved on. Just a little bit to the vacancy allowance. The adjustments that AECOM has made actually reduces flexibility and the margin of choice. So, as I said in my reps, the table 9.2 of the ELNA actually shows you that by reducing the vacancy allowance to 5%, they actually reduced the requirement by 995 square metres in the Vale of White Horse. So the flexibility that the council likes to talk about in its response actually has the perverse effect of reducing the requirement. So that's my point now about the need. There's a total lack of flexibility or any margin for choice, which is a requirement of the MPPF to provide for an element of flexibility. And from a quantitative perspective, again, I don't see how you can say we've got enough supply when a need hasn't been correctly defined. I know we've got a number of qualitative points which we'll probably come on to later about the quality of that supply and where it's located, which is a slightly different point. It's not just a numbers game. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the council like to comment, please?
Thank you, Ma'am. I think there are different approaches to allowing for flexibility or churn. I would note that the PPG doesn't prescribe an exact sort of methodology for the undertaking of such a calculation. Studies I've led during my time at AECOM and predecessor companies, so sort of 17 years, I was sort of brought up on the applying a frictional vacancy focused approach, which is set out in the matter statements. And I know that there are alternative approaches that involve other factors being applied. I'm confident that applying an alternative would still fundamentally mean that the supply set out to meet needs in the districts would be sufficient to do so. I think the key word in my reading in your question, Ma'am, is that there has been appropriate allowance made for flexibility, to use your key word, both in the factors applied in the ELNA and overall in the provision of supply.
Litchfield?
Thank you, ma'am. Just to kind of come in on the flexibility point, I know I've kind of alluded to some of these thoughts in some of my previous comments, and paragraphs 86 and 87 of the NPPF recognising the need to meet the modern economy and also suitable locations for laboratories, and where such uses do have specific locational requirements for different sectors. And we don't feel that that has been appropriately addressed. And notwithstanding sort of comments around, and obviously acknowledging the sensitivities of the site, and the site, the land in question, that we're representing is in the green belt, but could tangibly also be considered as grey belt. But we also feel that sort of dismissing any of that opportunity based on those grounds does actually indicate that sort of failure to really grapple with the content of our representations, and those exceptional circumstances have been submitted in our representations. So I just wanted to be really clear on some of those kind of bespoke requirements that we are trying to kind of articulate, I suppose, in our comments. So again, talking about that locationally specific circumstances, and that to enable this biomedical healthcare cluster to be successful, it really does hinge on 3 key components that are required to enable that to be successful. And that is academic excellence, which we've identified as the University of Oxford's Old Road campus, and having that biomedical academic excellence, and also those clinical establishments that are the NHS local hospitals. And both of those 2 components are located on the eastern side of Oxford. What that third component is the industry component. And all of those 3 components need to work together and be able to collaborate on one site to be effective, to generate that network community of academics, clinicians and business people to come together to really deliver health outcomes, just like we see in the Cambridge Biomedical Campus. And that's one of the reasons why it's so successful, is the integration of those uses. And for that to be achievable in Oxford, all of those 3 components need to be co-located and proximate to each other. And that eastern edge of Oxford really does deliver that truly ideal research environment for Oxford. And we've completed an assessment of the R&D sort of ecosystem in the Southern Vale, and that's been submitted in our Reg 19 representations. But it's really sort of been clear that this is not a conventional sort of science park offer. It is specific to a sectoral specific issue related to health research and health outcomes. And it's really trying to be clear that this is what that opportunity focuses on, and that it does require those distinct locational and components to come together. And that's why the opportunity is so uniquely identified in this specific location. So it was just, and my point earlier about having the right type of employment land in the right location was really trying to allude to that, and obviously not missing the importance and significance of Oxford within this region, and for that to be really sort of recognised. So I just wanted to, hopefully that's sort of clear. Thank you.
Thank you. So any comment you wish to make? No?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Greystoke, Pegasus, please.
Thank you. I'm just really build on the points made eloquently by my CBRE colleague, really, and in terms of just expanding on it. It's not just us in terms of what they're promoting in terms of the bioscience sector. It's all the sectors in terms of science technology that are connected to the academic excellence of Oxford University and their associated colleges, which are looking for those locational advantage sites close to Oxford, which then can be developed in not terms of just R&D, but in terms of workspaces, build-on exercises, incubator units, so we get a full range of development connected to the excellence of Oxford University. So it's just all those points need to be taken into account in terms of the locational analysis to be undertaken in terms of where they should be provided. And I don't think the current strategy really does reflect those particular needs.
So how does the plan and the ELNA respond to those particular locational needs?
I think I'd refer back to the point before around we've gone, according to the spatial strategy, to the most sustainable locations across science Vale. Also that we've got a range of allocations given choice, in terms of size, location, and type. I think possibly one thing that hasn't come up yet, but when you look at the broader suite of policies that we've got as part of the plan, there is a real recognition for the need of sort of start-up and grow-on space. So policy JT3, the affordable workspace policy, addresses that to ensure that the next kind of generation of innovative new companies comes through. So we're absolutely cognizant of that. When you look at JT2, which is about protecting our employment supply, that's a really important set of kind of safeguards in there to ensure that the employment land supply that we do already have stays in employment use. So when you look at it cohesively, again, JT4 around community employment plans, that's about making sure that the benefits are felt locally. This plan is setting out, yes, how we can meet those very specific needs of the science and technology and innovation sector, but it looks at it in the round, also taking into account the needs of the foundational economy, that often overlooked area of the economy, which is just as important if we're going to have sustainable economic growth. So what this plan is doing is allocating sufficient land according to the robust findings of the ELNA. It's making sure that the employment land that we do have is protected. It's making sure that benefits are felt locally. It's making sure that new generation of science and innovation companies can come through because they have access to affordable workspace, and a whole other range of provisions to make sure that the economy is well supported. So I genuinely feel this plan comes across really positively in terms of meeting the needs, not only of the people around here who make very good points, and we recognise, what they're proposing, but also those people that we're not hearing from that also have economic needs that this plan considers and addresses and supports. So I feel it's a well-rounded approach to the needs and opportunities of our area.
Madams, can I just add on one point on the sort of specific Edge of Oxford point? You'll remember Mr. Tucker taking you to that key diagram whenever it was, seems like weeks ago. But the point he was making was about how the green belt is drawn so tightly around Oxford's boundary, and I'll be corrected if I'm wrong. My understanding is that both the Greystoke and the CBRE site are, I think, in the green belt. Reference was made to grey belt, but obviously that's a later edition of the NPPF. So just got to take that into account when thinking about the spatial strategy and the version of the NPPF that this plan was prepared under. These are not, in that context, these are not obviously sites that one would look to when you already have a large supply and there isn't a sort of green belt release being considered in that way.
Thank you. Savills.
Thank you, Madam. I think just to respond to that, I would say, of course, there are plenty of alternatives within the districts which are outside the Greenbelt, which could be considered. I've mentioned Wantage Grove, a strategic location with 3,500 dwellings allocated, but essentially no more employment land allocated because the one allocation now has permission. Places like Farringdon, places like Shrivenham and Watchfield. So I understand the point about Greenbelt, but there are lots of other places where employment land could be allocated. And for me, I think, particularly if one looks at that part of the plan which relates to Vale of the White Horse, the current local plan goes up to 2031, assuming that the plan period is extended by 1 year, as was discussed yesterday, to 2042. What that means is in the Vale of White Horse, for 11 years, apart from perhaps what might be described as an ancillary employment site associated with Dalton Barracks, no more employment land is going to be allocated, additional land. And as part of the Oxford-Cambridge arc, that just can't be right.
Thank you for that. I think that leads us into a question about the, you mentioned the extending the plan period, and I think we had a question about rerunning, the effect of the plan period on the employment projections. If that plan period did extend, what does this mean for employment?
Yes, ma'am. I think we've agreed we will revisit that as part of the note being prepared in support of the housing position. It would extend it would, for example, for the labour demand, certainly add, if it extends by 1 year, it will more than likely add additional needs in that regard. Looking at it simplistically, but yes, we will be revisiting that to provide you with the detail you need.
Thank you. And that piece of work would also be on the examination website for others to comment on. We will come back to action points at the very end.
So, sorry, Mum, just to supplement that point made by Mr. Howells, obviously if the employment need extends by a year, we do have sufficient surplus against the need at the moment. So in terms of the actual practical impact, if the need increases, we are fairly confident there'll be a sufficient supply of employment lands to address that. Thank you.
Yes, I understand the point, but it is still helpful to see that written down. So and also for other participants to just have sight of that and comment if they wish. Thank you. Right, so does that take us to question 4.8 and the approach to unallocated employment land? I'm not seeing any other Toblerones raised. So I think that takes us to question 4.8, and then we will only have one more question beyond there. So question 4.8 is the plan's approach towards unallocated employment sites consistent with national policy? And is it justified and effective? Is it sufficiently flexible to cater for changing employment trends? So I'm going to come to the council first, please.
Thank you. Yes, the approach is consistent with national policy. It's justified, it's effective, and it is sufficiently flexible. I don't want to kind of repeat too much, in the interest of time, but I've covered a lot of points. I think I made clear the strategy that we have in place to address future requirements, and that the plan as a whole sets a positive vision for the local economy. And then the emerging plan takes this forward. I also covered as well how the different policies all come together in jobs and tourism to kind of provide a holistic set of supply and how that kind of ensures that there is flexibility. But I think one part that we haven't really covered that maybe is additional then is that the important point that the plan provides clear guidance to applicants and decision makers, while allowing a case-by-case assessment that can adapt to individual site circumstances. So that means that decisions can respond to market signals and employment needs as they evolve over the plan period. So we've got flexibility in there. Another thing that I draw your attention to is that we've set out a commentary for exactly how the policies and the approach are sufficiently flexible to accommodate those needs not anticipated in the plan. That's in the employment needs topic paper. If you go to the submission version of that, so that's examination library reference TOP 02.2, paragraphs 4.15 to 4.18. That kind of gives a slightly more in-depth kind of summary of how we meet needs not anticipated in the plan. So, taking all that together, we've got, a range of policies that provide, flexibility and an adequate supply, on unallocated sites to make sure that needs are met, and including those needs that we're not in a position to be able to anticipate at this point. So yes, I think the plan's approach towards unallocated employment sites is consistent with national policy and is sufficiently flexible. Thank you.
I think Frampton's, Richborough Estates.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Just a brief point on this. So policy JT1 Part 3 particularly, as submitted, restricts unallocated employment to only existing employment sites and brownfield sites within the built-up area of Tier 1 to 4 settlements. I think it's worth pointing out the core policy 28 of the adopted Vale Plan, because that has a wider threshold for unallocated employment sites. The policy allows for new employment development on unallocated sites in or on the edge of settlements, the built-up area of market towns, local service centres, and larger and smaller villages. We picked up on the distribution of employment development is primarily located in the Culham area, Harwell, Milton Park, but as was mentioned earlier, there are areas outside these locations which can benefit from employment development. And just go into the strategic economic plan, particularly box 6.1 on page 43, that's document HES 03. It states that employment space within Oxfordshire around key business locations is on an upward trajectory. But then it says the supply of employment space has become increasingly constrained in recent years, with Oxfordshire's businesses struggling to find affordable workspace to meet the needs and/or growth aspirations of their businesses. So it's within that context, really, we'd question whether policy JT1 creates the conditions for businesses to invest and expand as per paragraph 85 of the framework. The plan, we believe, should recognise paragraph 85 by providing a policy framework which supports businesses to invest and expand where necessary by allowing employment growth on the edge of settlements, similar to the approach taken by the current adopted Vale Plan. And as you mentioned earlier, we have suggested in our Regulation 19 representations and the matter statement, which is document WS 411, we've suggested revised wording to recognise paragraph 85 and allowing more flexibility. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just come to the council, and in terms of that specific wording, have you got it in front of you from Frampton's
Sorry for
statement?
Oh, okay. Sorry, 1 second.
Either the Reg 19 representation or the hearing statement. It's in both.
Yeah, we've got the text now.
Just interested in the council's views once you've had a chance to read it again.
the approach that we've set out in Part 3 of JT1 we feel is suitable. So I think the important thing to bear in mind is that, yes, we're talking about the employment policies, but as a whole, the plan is balancing economic needs alongside social and environmental to give truly sustainable development across the districts. And in that view, that's partly what has informed that Part 3 of the policy, to make sure that our development is sustainable in all senses across the plan period. So we thank them for the suggested text, but I think our wording is appropriate, and that's what we're proposing in the plan.
Okay, I understand what you're proposing. So playing devil's advocate, what in your view is the harm of the additional wording? Because it's talking about on the edge of the built-up area of Tier 1 and Tier 2, providing benefits, etc.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So I suppose the first point is that in the plan, in terms of what is already allocated, there is definitely sufficient employment land allocated. So, broadening out the kind of scope of where development can come forward takes us even beyond that, and that's when we're looking at kind of sustainability in other dimensions. I just had a note here, but I just need to confirm 1 second. Apologies. Yeah, sorry, thank you. Colleagues just pointed out some of those wider considerations as well. Once you get beyond the edge of settlements, you're also potentially then going into, what may be into greenbelt land, so greenfield development on those edge of settlements. You might be, going more into those landscape issues and so forth going forward. So it brings out, other issues that may be problematic, I suppose, across the plan as a whole.
Yes, understand the point, but essentially this is employment development on unallocated sites. So it's windfall employment, isn't it? What we're talking about. Now, in the settlement hierarchy, Tier 1 and Tier 2 are towards the top, are they not? So I just come back to the point of what's actually the harm of potentially an employment proposal coming along. The development management process could test all of those considerations, but in terms of JT1 and that paragraph 3, it's keeping it very much focused onto you need to go on to the allocated sites, and we're not going to entertain anything else. Is that an understanding of it?
Yes, that's right, ma'am, in the context of the significant oversupply we do have in employment land, but also in the context of Objective 5 of the plan, which page 29 of CSD 01, which is to focus new allocations of land for development at well-located brownfield sites, recycling land that is already developed, using land efficiently and reusing buildings and materials rather than expending new resources. So for us, particularly those two large employment sites at Culham in South Oxfordshire and Harwell in the Vale of White Horse, they are ideally suited in line with that objective in terms of being well-located brownfield sites where we can recycle existing land. So in terms of the surplus of supply that we've got and the objective of a plan of focusing development on well-located brownfield sites, we don't think it's something that's suitable for this plan to consider in terms of additional employment land adjacent to Tier 1 and Tier 2 settlements.
Okay, but without going through all the Tier 1 and Tier 2 settlements, are there opportunities around the fringes of Tier 1 and Tier 2 that employment might seek to locate?
So by opportunities, do you mean are there landowners actively promoting, or are we talking about wider considerations in terms of wider sustainability impacts and planning balances?
I'm not thinking in particular of whether landowners presenting opportunities, but if what's the nature of the land around the tier 1 and tier 2 settlements? You know, forgetting whether anybody would put it forward, but if someone came along with a proposal adjacent to a tier 1 or tier 2, they're up at the top of the hierarchy, aren't they? So I'm just looking in the context of JT1 being very directional and saying you've only got to go to the allocated sites. How could the plan recognise flexibility on the edges of the sustainable tier 1s and tier 2s?
Well, if the plan would support well-located brownfield sites at those settlements, I appreciate that would be beyond the built form and the envelope of tier 1 and tier 2 settlements. So, as drafted, with the exception of any allocations made at those settlements, you're right, the plan would not support windfall, speculative employment applications on the edge of tier 1 and tier 2 settlements.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Thank you.
Savills, please, and then I'm going to go round the table.
Thank you, Madam. I think just on that point, and clearly this issue is not unique to Southern Vale. So one adjoining local planning authority is Wiltshire. The adopted core strategy for Wiltshire, core policy 34, proposes precisely the type of wording that you were implying, that's subject to certain criteria which have to be met. It does provide for employment on unallocated sites. And clearly that went through an examination, it was tested in the same way. And so I think the principle of such a policy would add helpful flexibility to the plan if it were incorporated.
Thank you. Pegasus.
Thank you, ma'am. I think this is where there's a fundamental difference between dwellings and employment land requirements comes into focus. We all understand what a dwelling is, and by and large that's not changed for probably 500 years. Whereas employment is changing, well, it's changed again over those 500 years, that nature of employment has changed. And we're seeing rapid change in that nature of their employment. So what I'm trying to get to is, we don't know precisely what is the future requirements of employment, even in the next 10 to 20 years. But we've got a good guess. But it's so rapidly changing. And to give a good example of this is AI. Now, it's a focus of a lot of topics at the moment, and we've seen the directions from the Prime Minister in terms of rapidly expanding the AI capabilities of the UK. Now, AI has, and I just add my my clients, and out to my clients, Greystoke, are actively promoting a number of AI data sets across the country at the moment. So we have a good deal of experience of understanding what the requirements are. And they are specific requirements in terms of electricity supply, security, quite specific requirements in terms of where they're located, in terms of other AI data centers, because some are related to each other in terms of providing what's called hyperscale centers, so they feed off each other, they bounce data across, which is in data terms is milliseconds, but is important to those people who actually run these things. So sometimes there's a requirement to be co-located. So there's all these factors playing into account, which are not necessarily the same as in what we might call conventional employment. So what I'm trying to get to is ultimately, because some of those elements are not known, by restricting this policy to, as it's worded at the moment, you're fundamentally not accounting for those changes that may occur in the next 10 to 20 years. And then we're reduced to trying to argue them on a sort of case-by-case basis. Whereas if you had a policy, I wouldn't disagree largely with what's been put forward by Frampton's and what we heard in terms of what Wiltshire have got. But it's something along those lines, given that flexibility, that would give us some, you know, in terms of a bit more confidence in terms of accommodating those future needs as they arise.
Thank you. Frampton's?
Thank you. Just coming really back to your question of what is the harm, it essentially would just, by adding the text that we've suggested, would establish the principle. I appreciate there will be site-specific considerations. Generally, the Tier 1 and Tier 2 should be the one towards the more sustainable settlements in the districts. So what is the harm? If there are site-specific issues, there will be other policies which will raise those issues, which would probably be reasons for refusal, or maybe reasons for refusal. So it is kind of a high level, in principle, on the edge of the most sustainable settlements, new employment would be acceptable, and then other policies can address the site specifics, which can then rule in or out those sites.
Thank you. CBRE, Lichfields?
It's just really echoing the point around the concern that there isn't any flexibility in how the spatial framework is applied, in that where the sites don't neatly fit in with the spatial strategy, they are sort of by default being excluded from moving forward. And that's obviously not being recognised in the strategic policy. And again, those bespoke considerations and requirements that are locationally specific, where sites are appropriate, are being lost. And there's a failing on the plan in being sufficiently flexible enough to recognise where those bespoke requirements are needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Stantec?
Thank you. Just to briefly build on the point from Pegasus regarding uncertainty over the total level of need and what that means for flexibility. To give one example of an alternative assessment, the HENA 2022 comes up with a requirement of between 73 and 80.4 hectares for South Oxfordshire, compared to the 25.9 in the ELNA, and that leaves a supply minus demand of about 6 hectares. In that context, if what materialises is closer to that 75 rather than 26 for total need, there isn't flexibility at all, and there is exactly that issue that was referred to earlier. Thank you.
I'm going to come back to the council. Can I just take one? Oh no, it's gone down again. I'll take the council's view on those the cluster of points, and then we'll hopefully be able to move on to question 4.1.
Thank you, Mum. Yes, just to go back to the point around the harm of allowing greenfield sites to come forward at Tier 1 and Tier 2 settlements. The plan strategy is very much focused on those brownfield sites which have a lot of investment for delivery. Didcot Power Station, Culham, Harwell, Dalton Barracks. Part of the strategy's restriction of alternatives coming forward is to ensure that that investment in the brownfield sites does happen and they do come forward, rather than easier to get out of the ground greenfield sites on the edge of Tier 1, Tier 2 settlements. So it is an integral part of the strategy and how we see development coming forward across South and Vale, as well as obviously all the other planning harms that you would get from greenbelt expansion of Tier 1 and Tier 2 settlements. So that addresses the point around the harm of greenfield expansion of employment land. Were there other points that you were looking for us to come back on? Sorry, I was only responding on that one. I think, is that covered everything, or is...
Madam, could I just add a point that if you look at this in a development management context, and you ask yourself either what would an applicant or a development management case officer understand from particularly the final part of the Frampton's policy suggestion? Is it really anything different to section 38(6) of the Act, which is you apply the policies of the plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise? And if it isn't any different, then it's unnecessary. And if it is different, it's different in the sense that it's imprecise. Actually, how you draw a balance between adverse impacts and benefits will mean very different things to whoever's doing the assessment. So you don't have any clear guidance being given by adding in that as your development management test, because it doesn't really give you any clarity as to how you would draw that balance. And therefore what it does do is simply open up, as it were, endless debate and uncertainty, because it appears to provide a relaxation of a policy which Mr. Rice has just explained is intentionally directional. It's intentionally directional partly to promote the reuse of brownfield sites which already have potential for employment, of which there is a considerable quantity within the plan area. It's partly directional to safeguard the unjustified or unnecessary use of greenfield land. Those are both perfectly valid planning policy purposes, and all that this addition does is water that down to remove that directional certainty, but it does so in a way which doesn't then provide actually a useful development management test, because it's too vague as to how you draw this balance. And insofar as you need additional flexibility from a strict policy, that is implicit in the Act and section 38(6) anyway.
Okay, thank you. I think that's the end of that question. So shall we return to the top of the agenda, and that is question 4.1, which is the ultimate question: is the employment requirement set out in JT1 justified? And I'm going to come to the council, and I'd like a little bit more than a three-letter word and a comma.
Well, yes, it is justified. I think, so Mr. Howes and Mr. Heath have gone into depth really explaining how the ELNA as the evidence base is rigorous and comprehensive and balanced. So I'll leave it to them if they want to expand on that anymore. But just to kind of provide context for how we took that on then and sort of applied it to JT1, just so you can have assurance that it is justified in terms of how it's brought into the plan. When we took the recommendation then from the evidence base, the ELNA, about following the hybrid approach, that option was put into our preferred options consultation, Regulation 18 Part 2, alongside those other three alternative scenarios. And that consultation showed that there was broad public support for our preferred approach. So if you go to the consultation statement there, the LPPO 7.2, page 137 of that. So when we asked them directly, you know, which was your preferred approach, there was 55 respondents to that question, and of those 73% preferred that option. So that kind of gave us, I suppose, the mandate that there was broad support for that recommendation from the ELNA. We then took that through the sustainability appraisal. So if you go, this is in the preferred options version, because that came out from the preferred options. So the examination library reference for that is LPP03. You need to go to Appendix L, page 19. When you do that, you can see there that all the elements of that hybrid approach were predicted to have strong positive effects for economic growth, and more so than the other options. So we've got public support, we've got the sustainability appraisal showing it's the best option. So when you take those into account, plus the evidence then that's in the ELNA, that was our preferred approach, that was the justified approach, which took consideration of reasonable alternatives. And so our position is that yes, it is a justified requirement set out in policy JT1. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything that anyone else wishes to say? Is everyone content that you've said everything that you wish to say? I'll keep talking and wait for the nameplates to rise. CBRE Lichfields first, and then Stantec.
All right, just to conclude from our point, I mean, you'll be delighted I'm not going to repeat everything that we've been saying. You know, we made a lot of points on that. I mean, just in answer to your question on 4.1, I think, as you won't be surprised to hear, we consider the employment land requirements and the forecasts that policy J21 is based on are fundamentally unsound. Now, very high level, this is because the fundamentals are flawed, they've been rushed, as we've heard elsewhere, and are out of step with national and sub-regional economic needs and initiatives, not least the emerging Oxford to Cambridge growth corridor. I think one of our key problems is that HES 08, so the ELNA, doesn't provide a robust and positive vision for the future of the area. It makes numerous highly questionable methodological choices, it suppresses demand, and it follows a do minimum approach to growth that's actually half the level of job growth we've seen over the last decade or so. Not least to that, the actual ELNA itself makes virtually no adjustment for flexibility, and the only calculation it does make, which is the vacancy rate, has the paradoxical effect of reducing the level of requirement needed. It's not appropriately linked to the housing target, as evidenced by the council themselves, hence we're getting a new note, which will be interesting to see the requirements of that. And all of this unleashes employment land targets which are totally inadequate to unleash the economic potential of Oxford and Oxfordshire, as envisaged by the government's Oxford Growth Commission. Final point, I suppose we're getting a bit tied up in the numbers game, so it's all about the quantitative demand-supply balance, and we have to do that to a degree. But I hope you've picked up from our side, as from my colleague, that it's the qualitative point you want to draw out as well, particularly when you're looking at a notional oversupply relative to the need. I think our concern is that it's insufficiently flexible or robust enough to respond to the locationally specific requirements of the key growth sectors. This is despite Oxford sitting at the western point of the Golden Triangle, which is the preeminent life sciences cluster in Europe. But the JLP fundamentally fails to grasp this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Stantec.
Thanks. I know the question is framed in the response to being whether it's justified or not, but I just wanted to touch upon whether the policy is positively prepared or effective. And I did have to step out of the discussion when it was on the duty to cooperate regarding employment needs, so stop me if this has already been covered. But the point that I wanted to just query here is in relation to the request from West Berkshire and their unmet need. So when the unmet employment needs for West Berkshire, as you'll probably know, they went through their examination last year and are due to take the plan to council for adoption in 5 or so days' time. What's clear within the evidence base for the South and Vale Joint Local Plan is West Berkshire requested assistance in January 2023. There was a meeting then in March between South and Vale and West Berks, in which the joint councils here set out they were not in a position to take any unmet needs. It's not entirely clear why that is the case. However, there was a letter in the West Berkshire Duty to Cooperate statement, which is document CD11 of that local plan review, which confirms that South and Vale stated, as part of the preparation of the joint local plan, we are updating our evidence base, including commissioning a new ELNA. This piece of evidence is not underway, and we do not have the outputs at this time. Once we have the outputs from this evidence, expected later this year, we'll have an up-to-date position on our employment needs, but we are not in a position to agree assisting with any unmet needs at this time. Coming forward a bit in time, there was the response to the initial questions which again reference that, well, actually, in fact, reference that there were no strategic matters outstanding with West Berkshire. But there was reference, and I think it's to IQ 26, that we needed to keep an eye on, in effect, the progress of the West Berkshire local plan examination in this regard. That examination has now obviously finished, and the plan is at a stage of almost being adopted. There's still a shortfall in West Berkshire of almost all its office need and 40,000 square metres of industrial and warehousing, but I'm not entirely sure where the agreement is between South and Vale and West Berkshire on that unmet need and whether there is agreement in that regard.
Thank you. I'll come to the council in a moment, so if you want to confer with colleagues, that's fine.
Thank you. Back to me on this one. Yes, so the West Berkshire Inspector's report came out after the submission of our local plan. From our discussions with West Berkshire, we understand that they will be committed to address the matter of unmet needs again in the first 5-year review of the West Berkshire local plan. So, of course, we'll engage with them on that process. And just for reference, the West Berkshire Inspector's report was dated 8th of April 2025. I believe it is in our evidence library. LPA 19.
Just a point on that. Obviously, there was almost a bit of a holding response saying that, that the council hasn't prepared its ELNA at this point in time. But obviously, there's still an outstanding unmet need. After the ELNA was produced, were there any further discussions with West Berkshire at that point?
I may need to go back to LPA 2.2. I believe there was an email to at the time that the planning policy manager. That was just prior to their examination, and it was agreed we'd just wait and see what their examination would say about the issue.
But there weren't any further discussions in terms of, well, we now have our evidence base, and to discuss, is there potential to accommodate the unmet need, if you see what I mean.
Madam, I think we'll provide you with the references, if that's acceptable, in a note after today, because I have to say this point has been rather shoehorned into a discussion on matter 4, and it's clearly a matter that should have been raised as part of the matter 2 discussions. But my recollection, and I say we'll confirm this in a note, is that we invited West Berkshire to consider whether they wanted to have a statement of common ground with us to deal with these issues, and there was no response, there was no engagement back. No doubt because they were pursuing their examination. But I think the references are in LPA 02.2, and we'll provide those, I say, in a note so that you've got that information.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, one more. Pegasus.
Thank you. It's really just a way of wrapping up in a sense. And it's just to perhaps remind us of the consequences if this side of the table is correct and the plan is under providing unemployment. What does that mean? Well, one scenario is that the economic growth goes elsewhere. Best we can hope for, it goes elsewhere in the country. It might go abroad, it might go to the States, especially with Trump's policies at the moment. Otherwise, we're down to which I think is more likely, is that we'll see increasing number of appeals. it might keep some of us in employment, and it might keep our learned friends in employment, but I'm not sure it's in the interest of the council or the taxpayers.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any more nameplates up, so I'm going to give the final word to the council. If there's anything you want to finally say to us in response to matter 4. The gentleman from CBRE Lichfields gave a lengthy summary in his view of his concerns, but it was a summary of points raised. So if the council wants to say anything else at the end of matter 4, we'll be starting to draw it to a close.
I think we've said all the points. So, if I was to go on, I would just be repeating the points. I think we've made our position clear in the positive aspects of the plan as presented. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Has everybody said everything they want to say in relation to matter 4? We do have your representations, we do have your hearing statements. Thank you very much. So I'm going to say it's 14:36. That is the end of matter 4. So thank you for your patience today. I know it's slightly later than the 1 o'clock that it was timetabled for, but that's all helpful to make sure everyone has had their opportunity to have a say. So that is the end of matter 4. We're just going to take a short break just to allow people who want to leave the room, if they wish to leave. We will pick up the list of action points with the council and sort of next steps. That's obviously just a conversation we need with the council. It's still public, so if you wish to stay, that's fine, but it is a conversation between ourselves and the council. But if you wish to leave and depart, that's absolutely fine, and thank you very much.
So we're reaching the end of part 1 hearings. That's better, thank you. We're reaching the end of part 1 hearings. It's been a long week. I'm not sure about the test of soundness. It's almost a test of stamina getting through the hearing sessions. But I wanted to cover some points in terms of wrapping up before we get to the closing comments for part 1. Obviously, there have been a number of action points generated through the various hearing sessions. I wasn't intending to go through each action point by action point, unless you specifically want to do so. What I would like to suggest, though, is that the council, you've been keeping your sort of running list of action points. If the council could send those to us, and what I was specifically going to ask is that the council put a time frame for each of those action points. The reason we're asking you to do that is because obviously you have a better idea of your capacity. And if you could send that through the programme officer to yourselves, we can cross-check that against our list of action points. And look at the time frames, and we can have that conversation through the programme officer. Is that an acceptable way forward?
That sounds a really good plan. Yes, we were ready to go through them all one by one, but it sounds like a time saver to do it that way. So thank you.
I mean, there may be particular ones that you wish to identify, but I don't think it's good use of our time to go through every single one, unless there are any points of clarification. The ones we have put a time frame to, obviously, this statement of common ground with Oxford City for the 20th of June, and I am conscious, wouldn't necessarily allow comments on statement of common ground from other parties, but the statements of common ground would normally be in the examination library, available for people to see. So we were debating whether it would be whether participants should have the opportunity to comment on that, but it may raise new issues. I'm happy to seek the council's and council's view on that.
I would take the view that a statement of common ground is simply setting out the position between two participants, and it's a record of their position as between themselves. It obviously is not binding on you, and I wouldn't normally see it as therefore necessary to invite comments on such a document between those two parties by other parties.
Okay, thank you. We'll have a think about that. There's a natural justice element to that discussion as well. In terms of the note regarding the roll forward of the planned period, both in terms of housing and the employment requirement, can I ask for an indicative time frame on that? I don't think we necessarily pinned that down yesterday.
No. Could we have a chat about it? It sort of depends on team availability and things. I don't think it's going to be a long task, but I think it's something we could put in when we reply to you with a suggested timescale. But I obviously you need that soon, and we will prioritise that.
So if we could have a time frame for that, I do think that should be available for comment from participants. I often allow 7 days for comments. If that's sort of sufficiently long for participants to get their comments in, they can always push back on that if they would like longer. But obviously we would need time to consider any new material and any comments in response to that material. Are there any other particular questions in relation to the action points that the council required clarification on now? We're happy to leave that to be discussed through the programme officer.
Yes, thank you.
And obviously those points, that additional material would need to go on the examination website. So for participants in the room, just keep an eye on the examination website. We have a few closing comments to make. Is there anything that the councils would like to raise now before we close the part 1 hearings that I haven't covered yet? Thank you. Well, by way of closing the part 1 hearings, firstly, we would like to thank the Council's policy team and colleagues who have been supporting them around the table for their contributions. It is very intensive. We do appreciate sitting at that table and being in the hot seat. So just thank you for your contributions. We'd also like to thank the participants who've contributed over the last few days in what has been a very constructive and meaningful discussion. So thank you to that, and also thank you to all parties really for helping us to manage a very large number of participants, which hasn't been easy at times. We'd also like to thank Hannah and colleagues for their support in setting up the room and keeping everything ticking over. They've done an amazing job. So thank you very much to them for managing the day-to-day arrangements, and also to Ian, who's been managing things from afar behind the scenes, beavering away in the background there. And a big thanks to the venue and the venue's team for being so accommodating. The accommodation has been fantastic, and particularly for allowing us to run late yesterday. That was appreciated. So I don't know if the council had any closing comments at this stage. In terms of the next steps, I can touch on that before we wrap up. Clearly, the hearings are staged. So we've had part 1 hearings. We've reached the end of part 1 hearings, and we shall be reflecting on the evidence that we've heard during the course of the hearing sessions. Clearly, we will need to allow time for the receipt of any additional material arising from the action points and any responses to those, and to have time to reflect on that additional material. If we decide to proceed to part 2 hearings, covering the outstanding matters, taking into account summer holidays, the part 2 hearings are likely to be in the autumn, and we have discussed some indicative dates through the programme officer. So I would ask participants to keep an eye on the examination website for those. If we decide not to proceed to part 2 hearings, we shall set our findings out in a post-hearings letter to the council. And again, that will be put on the examination website in due course. Just before we close, are there any closing comments from the council?
Madam, the only thing that we would do in terms of comment at this stage is endorse effectively everything that you said by way of, as it were, thanks to both other participants and also to the venues, the staff and the programme officer for everything that's happened on the logistical side of things. I'm sure that you've had experiences of examinations which have been fraught with problems. This, fortunately, other than the sheer volume of people having to be accommodated, has been remarkably problem-free. And particularly, I would also say, I know nobody's here from the IT support, but this again has been one of those ones where it's actually worked without hiccups, which again is not the universal experience. So we would, I say, endorse those remarks and slightly just wish that there'd been some slightly better weather for the period, I don't know, early June, and all that rain outside. It's been a little bit depressing.
We were almost expecting a heat wave in June, but didn't materialise. So I think the term would be to adjourn the hearings, because obviously there's potential for part 2 hearings. So it is nearly 5 to 3, and we shall adjourn the part 1 hearings. Thank you.